Get started with the show, y'all. Good afternoon or good morning, YouTube. It's me, the artisanmc. It's Sunday. It's 11:09 a.m. and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. I always try to do shit a little differently. I'm listening did make me I need that affection right now. I really do, because I ain't feeling the love. I ain't feeling the love. Really. But like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Yeah, I'm not gonna mention the other part because I don't know what the hell is going on, but I know I did get an alert. I got an alert from my own channel, so I don't know what the issue is. I could say it's related to some of the same stuff that Cat Williams was talking about and Angry Man has talked about on his stream. And it's something that I have been beating the solo bongo on for a while in this space. So I feel Cat Williams' comments, but you guys know I am not the YouTuber able to do daily shows about the same topic. I am not. I actually do other things besides YouTube. So my day cannot be doing that, which even when a topic this hot comes along, meaning the Cat Williams topic and him doing one interview that has sparked a feeding frenzy amongst YouTubers, celebrities, or whatever, having to come out and actually do damage control on their fucking character and their own integrity, is not being able to ride that wave. It's disappointing, but it is what it is. It just is what it is. As I expressed this week, I am more of a thoughtful and analytical person. I am not the first one to run out there and say something. I'm usually not. I will sit back and think about it first. I will study the facts. I will see how I interpret and think about the facts, and then I will share my thoughts. But I ain't giving you ever anybody else's. Not ever. And that is what, to me, being a critical thinker and a critical analysis of information is. Your take will not be anybody else's. It will be original every time it comes out. And I've always pushed, especially in this space, for authenticity, creativity, and honor to people who are creative, and disdain for people who just like to copy or steal. Because I don't believe it helps in that way. So shout out to those who are in here. Let's see who I got. Shout out to the Malika Me Bang. Appreciate you, Malika. Malika is also the first one to donate to the stream. I am looking for people to support the stream. If I'm your favorite, show that. Because otherwise, what I see is a whole lot of people's favorites do a lot better. Like we all know, I'm not dependent on YouTube to live or survive or anything like that. But the channel does need to actually grow and be supported for me to actually see it as viable to keep doing it. So if you value it, show how you value it. That's how you show it. Act like I'm that ratchet bitch that you might not like all the time, but you do want her to top you off every once in a while. Pay your fucking dues. So shout out to Malika Me Bang for supporting the stream early. You supported Thursday. He said, peace to you, good brother. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you your Monica. 3B salute. Appreciate you. And shout out to Andre coming through here saying salute to Artisan in the chat. What's good, Andre? I see you make the rounds. See Andre everywhere. I be cloud hopping, ninja watching a lot of shows because I'm usually working, so I can listen, but I can't actually respond in the chat and stuff like that. Never seen Andre around. Andre be making rounds. He's saying some funny shit sometimes too. But interesting. I like to see the people who come in and the new people who come in and circulate and how they move and how they shift. It's interesting. Shout out to I'm Listening. He says salute to the family members. What's good? I'm listening. I see you. Thanks for listening. Appreciate that. And Rainfire Design says salute to the elite geeks. Yeah, appreciate you, Rainfire. I don't see the number one wrench in here right now, but to Aquatechi's question on yesterday's stream about reaction to the beekeeper. I saw his comment. This wasn't Romulan ale. What this is like the blue raspberry or whatever the fuck it is, Kool-Aid, right? Watered down because I don't like a lot of sugar like that in my shit. But it's that mixed with this Terramana tequila. And it's the Blanco. So shout out to BTM for that because she the one got me trying this fucking Terramana shit. And it's not bad. I like the Reposado better, but the Blanco is good for mixing to me. So it is good mixed in with something else. And as you can see, it's clear. It ain't cloudy. This ain't no cloudy drink. So, oh, there you go. There's the number one winch. What's good, Aquatechi? Geekelite have a symbol. Salute to Artisan in the chat. Yeah. So, as I was saying, Aquatechi, this is not Romulan ale, but that's a good one for it. Blue raspberry Kool-Aid watered down with Terramana Blanco tequila. Because I don't actually like tequila. I don't. I really don't like tequila. There's only few tequilas I will even drink, even to taste it. I just don't like the shit. Right. So Dwayne Johnson, the Rock's brand, Terramana, the motherfucker pumped the shit ridiculously, dude. He got some psychological training. He know how to put that seed in your fucking head. Like, so when somebody say, you want some tequila? You're like, is it Terramana? He just comes to you, right? He knows how to psychological prime. Okay, he knows how to psychological prime. So I've tried it. I like Reposado. Blanco is okay. It's better if you mix it. Unless you just like fucking tequila. But that's good. I've had Casamigos. Casamigos is good, but like I said, it's good, but I don't drink that shit all the time. I'm not going to go out to the club or a bar or something like that and just pound tequila all night. No, I told y'all before, I think black folks should only be drinking things that come from trees. Brown liquor. Not that clear shit. Clear shit is for some other folks because it get to pulling up a different kind of spirits in you, which is what they're called. What did Andre say? I gravitate to the real. I definitely gravitate to the real. I know that for shizzle. I know that for sure. I can't really even support stuff that is not real. I don't like unreal in my fucking life, period. I'm not that big of a fan of it. Could make me an unfun person, but look, authenticity means everything to me. And I can have a friend that everybody finds completely objectionable as long as I know that person is really being them. That's just who they are. How do you deal with him? Because I know who the fuck he is, and that is it. And I'm fine with that. As long as he giving it 100, what am I going to be upset about? That he ain't something I deemed he should have been? Bullshit. So, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. I'm going to try to stick to talking about actual content and not giving you a lot of personal anecdotes because I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the show. And it may be because I end up into too many personal anecdotes and I just don't give you rapid fire. This is what's going on. This is what we're talking about. And cut and move on to the next one. So I will try to give you a little bit of some other stuff first. And then I can try to get to the meat and potatoes of things later on. Now, there's a couple of things bouncing around the geek sphere, and there's some stuff bouncing around the celebrity sphere. Now, initially, this Cat Williams stuff is what is the big deal to talk about. But I'll talk about that in a bit after I get through ranting and raving about some of this geek stuff that's out there, because my channel is primarily a geek channel, even though the Shop Talk Lives are about anything, which I have tried to bring that understanding to this space about how an actual comic shop conversation would actually go. If, the people in the shop, you can hang around and talk and shit like that, how that would actually take shape. Well, that's what it would be. It wouldn't be about just comics. It would always start with comics. It always starts with comics or geekdom. But it will flow through everything. You'll talk about celebrities. You'll talk about politics. You'll talk about life. You'll talk about anything going on, the person that came in. Because the conversation is always moving and shifting if people are actually responding and putting into the conversation. Otherwise, it's just a one-way narrative. Andre said, I'm here for the geek stuff. A lot of gems have been dropped since I've been watching. Well, yeah, I drop a lot of gems. And that's not me tooting my horn. I'm fussy about that. Just because of how I am as a person, I'm fussy about that. I want to stop talking about this shit, but I can tell you this, Andre. When I watch content during the week after I've done my show on a Sunday, you know what the main thing is that I end up hearing? One of the main things I end up hearing will be gems that have circulated on this show. And when I'm listening to other people talk, all I end up doing is yelling bullshit every time I hear it because I know where it came from. Now, there will not be any credit paid to that. And Angry Man illustrated this point very well on his show. I think it was Friday. He illustrated it very well on his show. That stuff that Cat Williams is talking about with people stealing content from him and coming through and talking about how much they appreciated it, his work and how good it was and how awesome it was. And then they go back and try to do the shit themselves bigger, but ain't changed shit. Like 1% of it. That happens in YouTube all the time. Now, I have never been one to actually want to copy anybody's anything. Now, I will say, for my credit, appreciate you, Rainfire, for that Cash App. If y'all want to support the stream, that's the way to do it. Appreciate you. So he said, 5 on 100 rental fee because of Native American knife style. I will watch The Hunted. I saw your comment on on my phone, I got the alert from Studio that you had that comment on there about the Hunted. It's like, okay, I gotta put Hunted on the list today. I didn't have time to watch it this morning, but I will watch it this evening after this show. And just because I have to see that knife fight, I haven't watched it, and y'all keep, you know, recommended it like, no, you should see it. It's like, all right, it's coming from people I actually respect their opinion, so I'll trust y'all on that, and I'll just go ahead and watch it. I mean, stuff like that is the reason why I like Rubber, and I don't see Art of Ibmore in here, so don't none of y'all tell that nigga that shit. Don't none of y'all tell that nigga that shit. But Rubber and Robo Vampire were some of the funniest fucking movies I've seen, which were recommended to me by my homeboy Art of Ibmore. It's funny as shit. I didn't want to watch that shit, but he recommended it. I respect his opinion. I went ahead and watched the shit. It was dumb. It was dumb, but I watched it. I like it. I like it because it's funny. It makes me laugh. I like laughing. So tell him that shit. I didn't say it. I'm bullshit. I totally fucking said it. I don't give a shit. But appreciate your rainfire. I will give you that 3B. Yeah, Aquatechy. My little secret is safe with the internet forever. Forever. Yeah, that shit is out there. Whatever. Gives a fuck. What up, BMT? There's my trigger man right there. My left side sweeper. Left side sweeper. Side note, BMT, I was playing the other night and I had some random dude just jump in my party with me. And I think I was streaming it. He always went left. So I switch my play style. Automatically, I start going right. That's it. It's just how it is, man. It's just what I do. Just what I do. Start sweeping right. Fuck it. He going left. Well, I'm going right. That's just what it's gonna be. But anyway, I've never been the type of person to want to copy anybody. Right now, I will admittedly, because it's not even a fucking secret. I told you guys before, I only had 2 mentors in this YouTube thing. And that being 2 people that have supported me that I actually talk to and will ask advice on how to do this YouTube shit. And I listen to some stuff, and some stuff I just try to feel out and learn for myself because that's how I am. I want to learn it myself. I will ask questions when I need help, when I think I need help. But otherwise, I will try to learn it myself. I'm just that dogged kind of person. But that's what gets me to the point where I know a lot about a lot of different things. Bumping my own head, making my own mistakes, and learning my own lessons. Just what it is. And only 2 of those people are Angry Man and BGS. Those are the 2. I came into this space, I found Angry Man first. That's how I found this whole space. I found him in the Acura with the fallen fucking interior in the back. I've been a paying supporter of him for damn near a decade now, over a decade. I've seen the rise of his channel. I've seen him deliver content back to back to back, upwards of damn near 3 times a day. I've seen how hard he goes. That's why I am so not even impressed, but knowing that it's rightfully due that he get the respect that he talks about that he deserves. He does deserve it. There has not been a better standard bearer of this fucking space outside of the Grinch and him. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. That's just what it is. So a lot of how I came to how to stream came from him. I played music in the beginning because I'm a Gen Xer like he a Gen Xer. I'm just a little older. I always liked music. Always listen to it, especially rap. I grew up on rap. Wanted to be a rapper when I was younger. So I will always play music. As long as I know they ain't trying to shut down my whole shit because of it, I will always play music. And I get the critique a lot of times, like, why your intro so long? But it's always some chick with low attention span. Because I said, because I am not a millennial, motherfucker. I have what's called patience. I don't predominantly eat out of a microwave, which means I let things cook. I let it simmer, I let it heat up, get to a boil, and do its thing. I'm fine with that. Just like watching a fucking movie. If I'm gonna sit here for 2 fucking hours, I'm gonna let you evolve into what the story is supposed to be. You got me for 2 hours. And I don't necessarily see a problem with it. I know what the downside of it is. You don't grab people with short attention spans who need a bunch of flashing lights, explosions, and clapping. You don't get those. But like I said, to many brothers in this world, you have to find your niche. You find your tribe. Do what you do. You'll find your tribe. But don't be upset of how big or how small it is. It's just what it is. It's just your tribe. That is the size of your tribe. So just like with all this Disney shit, with them bitching about that director and how she wants to make these movies just for this group of women to see what they want to see, you can do that shit, but don't think it's gonna make $1 billion. It's gonna make what that group can generate. So don't be mad at men when it don't make a billion. It's not. That ain't $1 billion group because they don't pay for shit like that. They don't value it like the men do. What's up, Mad Villainy? See Toya in here. What's up to them lips? Peace to the geeks. Peace to you, Mad Villainy. He said, oh shit, Gungrave, one of my faves. One of my faves. Absolutely one of my faves. So if you like it, I love it. You're welcome. Shout out to the package man, No One of my favorite. I was about to say cast member, content creators. Not either one of those. It's one of my favorite geeks. One of my favorite geeks to mess with it because he cool. Shout out to No One and baby No One. So for me, growing up as a Gen Xer and growing up on rap and stuff like that, the main thing you were always supposed to be was authentic. You had to have your own delivery. You had to have your own style. And you don't understand how people in the Gen X generation pain themselves to actually have their own voice and their own style. How the lengths that they went through to do that shit. Because make no mistake about it, when you look at old rap album covers and stuff like that, and you see them wearing all that goofy shit, that is to differentiate themselves from what's out there. That is them trying to stand out and understand who the hell they are. Listen to Chuck D talk about rapping back in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, why they did the things the way they did them, because they wanted to stand out. They wanted to cut through. Not to be like anybody else, to be accepted as who they are. Their art, their message, their voice. Not so different here in YouTube, too. Not so different. Because for a while in YouTube, it's probably even before I was a content creator. Because some of what I do, I don't even consider content creation by certain standards. It's not. The content is already out there. It is more of an editorial than it is content creation. Just saying. So before then, everybody was doing stuff differently. I don't know how much you guys used to watch YouTube back before 2014, but I remember some of the shows that my kids used to watch. And people were blowing up and becoming fucking millionaires from doing silly ass skits. Like one of the people my kids used to watch was like the Smosh videos and stuff like that. And it's just little suburban kids that had parents had money and they had cameras and computer equipment and shit like that in they fucking bedrooms and was sitting there just doing goofy shit all the time. Blew them up into millionaire status. You look at somebody like Marcus Brownlee, what was he doing? Just reviewing shit. Products. Just products. Comics Explain, stuff like that. Just sharing what the hell you know. But that is why those people actually have names doing that stuff. Because it's just what they did. It wasn't like it was original. I mean, it wasn't like it was a copy of something else. It was original. That's why they garner the respect that they garner. Now, I find it interesting sometimes, at least for me in this space. Part of the geek YouTube stuff, please comment on stuff and not just running down every comic. Developed a lot over the last 5 years or so. It's developed a lot. Style of it has changed a lot. You got a lot of big heavy hitters coming in here and actually put money up and behind certain people to talk certain shit. But I've told you guys before, if you can't find these people talking about this shit before 2000, maybe even 2015, if you want to go that late, 2014, 2015. To me, they wasn't really fucking geeks. Put it this way. Where was their credibility before the MCU became a thing? And then think about the time frame that we're talking about, probably 10, 12 years. Think about how old some of these motherfuckers were. Yeah, that one too. The one you just thought of when I said that shit. Yeah, that one too. Think about that shit for a minute. Somebody throw it in the chat. How long you think most of this MCU shit has been going on? How long? Just throw out a number. I'm curious. And YouTube works off feedback, so comments are welcome. My daughter used to watch Ryan's toy review. Yep, Ryan's toys reviews. And I hated it, but I didn't have a valid reason to ban it. Nope. I remember Ryan's toys reviews. Parents buying their kids toys and what the reviews, that was, to me, that was one of the starts of understanding that people actually got paid for reviewing shit. That they would send him free shit because they had so many people watching this little kid play with toys. It became a business. It became a way for people to make money. And when they heard that how much that kid was fucking making a month, that's when people start flooding into YouTube to do reviews on other shit. Women don't pay for movies unless it's a Barbie archetype. You're right about that. You're right about that. And you know what? Some of the people that went to see Barbie got money from their daddy to go see Barbie. What did Andre say? I was watching Naruto and Bleach in Japanese and reading the mangas before it became popular. You could, because Naruto is not that damn old. I can tell you this, Andre. You know how I spent some time at my store space yesterday. Spent the better part of the morning there going through storage, pulling stuff out of there, bringing stuff home, and scheduling stuff to get taken to the dump or sold off. Right. I actually had to go measure my couch. It's not going to fit in this house, JT. I see you in the chat. That couch is not going to fit in here, so I got to sell my couch. So, but I do have another one that I do want to buy. But to Andre's point, I went through a box and I found all of my Naruto manga. All of my Naruto manga. There had to be like 30 something issues of it. I got some pictures for you. I'll show you all some of this shit as soon as I finish this point. I'm getting sidetracked. That's the other thing that happens. You get sidetracked in comments. Okay, BMT said 20 plus years. Okay. Let's just take BMTs because his is about the oldest one. 20 so years with this Marvel shit, right? 20 years ago, I was 30 something years old. 20 years ago, I was 30 years old. Married, 2 kids, journeyman carpenter, making a crazy amount of money and spending about $300 a week. About $200, conservative. About $200 a week in my local comic shop, Stand Up Comics, the one that I ended up buying. Comics, cards, action figures, models, all that shit. Statues, all that shit. Deeply in the game, deeply into geekdom. Going to cons, all that shit. Most of these other motherfuckers you see if you're talking this shit was fucking 10 years old. So you tell me, how the fuck is a 10-year-old got the verbiage of a 30-year-old in terms of what the landscape of geekdom was 20 years ago? Where'd they get it from? Because if you can agree that a 10-year-old does not speak, does not use the same words as a 30-year-old, you'd automatically know one has more authenticity than the other. Just saying. But you swallow shit for so many years, you don't know the taste between one thing or the other. What up, Herb? And this is somebody who would know. 20 years ago, Joe Herb can tell you exactly where the fuck I was. You know why? Because 20 years ago, I was buying my comics from Joe Herb. That's how far we go back. 20 years ago makes my daughter 4 years old. My son 10 years old. I look young. I am not fucking young. Fracture Comics. What up, JT? So, what up, Zach? I just want to make sure I get everybody. Let's see him coming in here. First Marvel movie I seen was Spider-Man or the X-Men. Okay, well here's the understanding, Andre, and this is one of the mistakes that some of y'all younger folks make. First Spider-Man movie was not a Marvel movie. It was a Sony movie because Sony bought that character. Yeah, it had Stan Lee in it. Stan Lee wasn't working for Marvel then. Sony had to talk with Avi Arad to try to do Spider-Man right. And that's why you got it. Same thing with the X-Men. X-Men was owned by Fox. They didn't have to talk to Marvel about shit. That's why they made the characters the way they did. That's why they was running around looking like the superhero version of the Matrix, wearing leather and shit. Because that's the kind of stuff Bryan Singer was into. That was those characters bought and pimped out there by other companies, not Marvel itself at all. Marvel's own production of their characters did not come until Iron Man #1. That is Marvel's first movie. Not until then. That's why it was such a big deal. That's why it was such a gamble. Them being able to tell their own stories with their characters themselves without no studio interference. This is them pimping their own product, their own characters, the way they want to do it. And that's why it blew up, because it was true, for the most part. to the comic book origin of that character. Original anime was shown on Sci-Fi USA Network Fantasy Movies. Okay, original anime shown on MTV, Liquid Television. When Sci-Fi Channel came along, Sci-Fi Channel put a bigger spotlight on it because they would do an anime Sunday or some shit like that. And that's where you see movies like The Running Man, right? 8 Man After, stuff like that, Black Magic. But if you had already been interested in anime, you were watching maybe your local Asian television channel or some college station in your area to see anime. That's why it was always subtitled or dubbed over into English. That's why you understand what hentai is and what the pixelation is. Because I'll show you guys something since BMT brought that up. And this will tie into my trip to storage. I just uploaded a bunch of shit. All right. Okay, let's see if I can show this to you. Show this to you. All right, that's on the screen. You see what that is? To BMT's point, that is original anime. Do you know what format that's in, boys and girls? That's VHS. Basically, a big ass magnetic tape, if you even know what a fucking tape is, what a cassette tape looks like. That's what it is. And what do you see when you look at that? What you see? Yeah, Herb, no. Oh shit, Fatal Fury, yes. Terry Bogard. Yeah, Fatal Fury, the fighting game. See up here at the top, Battle Angel. First video, first review I did. Shout out to BGS for giving me a platform to talk about it. That was the first video I did on my channel talking about Battle Angel because the movie was coming out. This is how far back I go with that shit. To VHS days when changing the color on the shit, because this VHS was white, was a new thing because they used the only come in black. See this one over here? This Streamline Pictures Video Comics, Fist of the North Star, VHS. MD Geist, which some of y'all probably ain't never fucking heard of. The Guyver, Iria, the Xenon Project. Oh, look, this is a female protagonist in the 90s. Imagine that shit. That must be a hater. I saw pictures like this. I have a couple of pictures like this that I took while I was at storage just to fuck with Artie Ibmore, and I shared some stuff with Dr. T and BGS. Why did I do that? Because I was really remembering or really wrapping myself in understanding of how much that I have packed in my fucking head, how much I know, and how much I have fucking forgot. That old adage about older guys is true. Like I know more, I forgot more than you know. which is true. I'm watching some of this, looking at some of this shit, going through some of these boxes and stuff like that. It's like, oh shit, I forgot about even reading this. That right there is geekdom. And that's geekdom pre MCU. Look at Rainfire talking about you have over 150. I have more than that. I have more than that. Because what you will know about a Gen X geek, yeah, Suncoast was the spot. Me and Angry Man talked about that before. My I am videos with Angry Man. We talked about that Suncoast video, how you had to actually buy shit like this before days. Because before there was Suncoast, you had to order it out the Right Stuff magazine. And you had to find that fucking magazine. Or you had to go down to some Asian shops and shit like that and buy it undubbed. But to his point, more than 150. Why? Because I changed formats with this shit. I was with it when it changed formats, when the format change happened. When you switched over from VHS to maybe Laserdisc or something like that, and then getting to DVD, and then getting from DVD to Blu-ray, and then from Blu-ray to streaming. I've rolled the format changes. That's why I have so much of this stuff still sitting around. Andre talking about for the history lesson. Appreciate you, Andre. I will give you the 3B salute. Now, that was in Fatal Fury. Oh, damn, Joe. I forgot about Record of Lodos War down here. Little Deedlit. So I said, tell my daughter she looked like, and she knows who Deedlit is. Daughter's only 24. A 24-year-old, you know, they even know what the fuck a Deedlit is. Record of Lodos War. Classic. Classic anime. Now, this is another classic that most of y'all will not actually remember too. I forgot my point now, but I'm getting back to it. Fuck is that? And that was one of the pictures I took for Art of It more specifically. That box and this set that I brought home. What is that? Herb should know because I bought it in the shop. Anime magazines and books and mom and pop stores. Yep. Mom and pop store was your local comic book shop too. Look, JT, no. You don't know what that is? Yeah, because it's before your time. One thing that I can bitch at millennials for is they don't go backwards in time at all. Everything before them is irrelevant. They really don't know shit about it. And they don't try to because that's how you guys were trained. And it's not a knock against you, but it's just you need to understand that so you actually go back and learn some of this older shit and not just write it off as it's old so it doesn't matter because that's what was pumped into your generation. I can tell you that shit because I was an adult watching them pump that into your generation. This ain't from some article, some editorial. I watched it happen. I fought against it from happening with my children. That everything is old needs to be thrown away. And old could be yesterday. Yeah, Visions of Escaflowne. That is the box set for that season in DVD form. Yeah, Lord Vaughn. You're right. A Dragon Rider. Yep. Absolutely right. Excuse me. Ah, shit. Who woke him up? Favorite series and favorite movie? Absolutely. Artie Ibmore. Shout out to the Doughboy coming through. And whatever you heard, I wasn't talking about you earlier. Fuck what you heard. I didn't say shit about liking Rubber or Robo Vampire at all. And if Aquatech you tell you that shit, you fucking telling the truth. Yeah. I went and saw that movie, the Escaflowne movie, in the theater in San Francisco, JT, on Van Ness. The theater that used to be right up there on Van Ness. What was that? AMC or something like that. They were showing that shit there for a midnight showing, and that's where we drove all the way out there to the city to go see that shit on the big screen because that was a new thing for America, or at least California. Otherwise, you had to go to Cal Berkeley or something like that, be part of the anime club to watch that shit on the screen. Look at them. Look, see how motherfuckers like to try to start some shit. And if I wanted to tell Artie Ibmore, fuck him, I would tell Artie Ibmore, fuck him. You know that. Me and Art cool for that reason alone. Because if I had something to say to you, you wouldn't have to hear from somebody else. I would have told you. uh, I'm clearly the exception. My soul is 50. Your soul is 50 years old, but you know why that is? You got a daddy in your life, man. You got a strong black father in your life. Your soul was old from inception, okay? Yeah, Von did go through it to be the king. He did. His leadership was challenged from the shit. But you know who got it worse? Know who got it worse? His brother, Lord Fulkin. Fulkin got the shit. Fulkin got the shit end of the stick, dude. For real. His older brother. Fulkin went through some shit. But anyway, point being is that I go back a ways with all of this shit. So when I talk about any of it, it's not coming from some regurgitated, I heard somebody else say it place. It's not. Never has been. Never will be. Now, I am often uncredited and copied. Often. So much so I'm really getting tired of talking about the shit. That it might just work against me even mentioning the shit anymore. But it happens a lot in a lot of areas. But that is the price of being actually creative. That if you're actually creative and you can't get a large fan base underneath you to support you, people can steal your shit with impunity and blow themselves up and puff their chests out the whole time. That's why I relate to that shit that Cat Williams was talking. And it's not hard to find now because some people have actually done the legwork. Some of y'all good millennials have actually done the legwork and went back and look for some Comic View commercials because that was before y'all time. You probably wasn't even allowed to watch that shit when you were younger. But going back, since the internet is now forever, and the internet is exposing this motherfucker for actually ripping off his joke. It's proven. You know the one who proved it to me? The dude on Instagram. He put that shit up side by side. Or excuse me, was it Instagram? Instagram had a clip of it. I found the actual clip on YouTube of a guy putting the old Comic View footage of Cat Williams doing his joke and Cedric the Entertainer doing that joke from Kings of Comedy. Complete fucking ripoff. Complete. I'm like, damn, bro. Woo. Woo. Receipts. That ain't even a receipt. That's a Magruder film. That's back and to the left, nigga. Now, like I was saying before, I'm from the generation where you weren't supposed to be biting people's shit because that's what my generation calls it. You're a biter, not a poser, a biter. Poser was for white boys who skated. Black folks didn't use that one. But Gen X is in the hip hop era, you were a biter. You would bite. Because just like a rapper standing out on the corner spitting his lyrics and stuff like that, and nobody knows who he is right now because he ain't got his shot to get on. If you bought that latest album by that rapper you do know, and you hear the verses like, man, that's my fucking lines, there would be a problem. And eventually it will circulate on the street that your ass was a biter. And your career would probably go down. As it should. Because you stand on nothing. You have no originality. Now you're in the business of trying to secure and keep and gatekeep what you got. And you go steal from people who are actually more creative than you to make up for your deficiency. It is not to say that you weren't creative before. Not to say that at all. But one of the downfalls that you can see with some success is a loss of creativity. Some success suffers from a loss of creativity. Why is that? Told y'all earlier this week about having a conversation with one of my residents about the Cat Williams thing. And the resident is a little younger than me, but he's from Atlanta. And we were talking about Andre 3000 and rap. And we were talking about how we understand that rappers should actually mature. If you've been watching them the whole time, they should mature. Their music should change because they are growing up. What I told him was, I said, it's because I like rappers when they're hungry. I do. I like them when they're hungry and maybe a year or two after they've really hit it. Finally got their due. You know why? Because that hunger, that struggle, that drive to really get on and really be heard and stuff like that cranks their creative juices. Creative juices are not born of abundance. They're not. Creative juices are born from the loss of something. That's when you have to be fucking creative. If you don't have everything you need, you figure out ways to get by with what you do have and make the most out of what you have. You don't do that when you got everything. So rappers coming up struggling, really trying to get on, do some of their most creative fucking work. And that is why established acts who have already got on and been sucking on the tit for a while always steal from under artists. That is why. Because the one thing they worried about is losing their position. And the first thing they fucking do when they finally get on, they start going through and finding anybody who can come up and topple them from their throne. And that's where you get all the theft. Because after a point, when life is good, you ain't tapped into being that goddamn creative again. If you was a hungry up and coming rapper living on your mama's couch or sleeping in somebody's fucking basement, scrounge your money together to get studio time and have a decent fucking mic and having to record in your fucking bathroom because you couldn't afford studio time. What do you think would change about you once you got this nice plush studio with nice wood on the walls and $1,000 mics and all the rest of that shit? What do you think you're gonna get now? You're gonna get just like me and this cat was talking about. You can get Jay-Z that only talks about how much money you got. Because he's made it. Now that's not a knock on Jay at all because I've been watching him all the way up. I have those first albums. I remember Hawaiian Sophie and shit. I applaud him for his hustle and the hardships he went through to get to that point. I appreciate that shit. That's why I can still listen to him because I know where he came from. And for the most part, he has stayed original, even though he changed his style. He changed it to what worked. There's a reason for that. That's why I can rock with him. But some of these other folks, like the ones who modeled themselves after Tupac and never want to admit it, you start stealing, nigga. And that's why your career lasted as long as it did. People do it. If this age right now, 2024, is supposed to be the age of exposing liars and fakes, what does that tell you was happening in 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020? What does that tell you was happening before then? A lot of fucking theft and a lot of lying. Just saying. And as most folks have said, the internet will expose all of them. Now, fraud is rampant. It is. That gets into that beekeeper movie. What was the impetus of that movie? Fraud. Defrauded an old woman of everything that she had worked for her whole fucking life. So some young motherfucker in a slick suit can walk around and act like they big shit. That was it. The beekeeper group and all the rest of that shit, that's just reactions to what happened to this woman. This woman got defrauded. Old black woman. Frauded the fuck out by some young 20-something-year-old motherfucker. Took her money laughing with a bunch of other ones laughing. That's why you should watch that damn movie. Because you'll see some parallels in that shit. You'll see some parallels to real life. And it works in a number of avenues. One of which is fucking YouTube. So yes, creativity does come from hardship. Yes, it does. That's why I say the creative pen that I've talked about for a while. And shout out to Shango and Shane. I ain't seen Tony in a minute either. That I've said that the creative pen, black folks' creative pen, has never run dry. You know why? Because black folks always are suffering the most hardship. So we always have to be creative. And you can see that from the larger culture. There ain't shit that the larger culture really does that really pops that they ain't stole from black folks. They ain't came through, picked up the jewels, flew off somewhere and repackaged it and sold it. Quick as shit. It does not happen otherwise because they are not creative. They're not. It's hard for me to listen to people and listen to them speak the slang that they fucking speak and not know where it came from. People dancing around trying to be hip and all that shit, and I'm like, yeah, you cool. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is what passes for cool. And why I look with the skeptical eye at their ass. Yeah, tell me anything. You must think I'm boo boo the fool. Now, what this Cat Williams stuff proves, especially as was lined out before, and like Aquateki was just saying here in the chat, fraud was rampant. And that's why so many people was gravitated to this goddamn story. Because put it this way, and enough people have talked about this shit, and I'm not going to beat the drum forever because I got other shit to talk about. But it has been said, arguably, that Dave Chappelle is the GOAT in comedy. All right? Okay. If Dave Chappelle is the GOAT or one of the GOATs in comedy right now, what does it mean if Cat Williams is constantly talked about in the same breath as him, in the same vein? Does it mean he sucks as a comedian? Or does it mean that Cat Williams could be one of them uncrowned goats as well? There hasn't been anything that I've seen him on, even shit that I don't even watch, like Wildin' Out, that I don't know he on there killing it. That I don't know he's on there killing it. Nothing. That man can make a toilet paper commercial funny as fuck. Now, understand, most of these people that he mentioned and was calling out, I have never really found funny. Never. They talk about Faison Love. Look, Faison's Love whole career was for me jump started with when Robin Harris died. You know why? Because Robin Harris had that killer skit, Baby Kids. And I have the tape of that skit. Yeah, cassette tape, nigga. I'm that old. And when Robin Harris died, they still wanted to make a movie off that shit. And they got Faison Love to come in and be Robin Harris to do his voice. I didn't even know who the fuck Faison Love was at that time. Like, who the fuck is this dude? You know what his next role was? In Money Talks with Chris Tucker, being that fat, gay acting dude in the jail cell. They put their hands on you. Oh, really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm like, why does this nigga got his big ass shirt off and shit? Ugh. You know what his role after that was? Friday. Big Worm. At least he had a shirt on. After that, I didn't see him much in anything. Nothing I watched. He ain't never been that goddamn funny to me. Never. So it ain't hard for me to believe that somebody else who was actually doing comedy, doing these circuits, know these people. I'm like, nah, this motherfucker ain't funny. I'm like, I would agree. They probably ain't been that damn funny. Oh, you mean him? Oh, you mean the Robin Harris copy dude? Oh yeah, whatever the fuck. Because that's how I feel about copies. Look, I'm a comic book fan. You know why people like what was it? Donald Blake and didn't like what's his name? Masterson? Thor 2? You know why they didn't like that shit? Because nobody likes a copy. Nobody likes a copy. Everybody like Donald Blake. Even becoming his own character, Thunderstrike, still wasn't as popular as Thor. I'm just saying. Nobody likes a copy. Shout out to Andre for donating again. What do you think about the Critical Drinker channel? You always got somebody else's name in your fucking mouth and want somebody to respond to another channel. You need to stop doing that shit. I told you I watch you on numerous platforms doing the same shit. Why don't you go ask the Critical Drinker what he thinks of my channel? Do that shit. So he can tell you he don't know anything about it. And yes, I did say white people steal. Was you afraid to spell white people? You can call it whatever the fuck you want to. Everybody know that shit. Are you not living in a country that white folks stole? Is it a fucking secret? Do you not remember how Japan had to kick white folks out of their fucking country because they was trying to rip them off? You ever been to Hawaii? Yeah, they do. I thought that was a known quantity. That's a fact that's undisputed in history. I appreciate the support. Should refund it to you. So I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. And this is me giving a fuck about how the internet spells it. Now I know who you follow. Your mind or what the internet said. There's another content creator who mentioned Critical Drinker to me. And I watched a couple of videos on the Critical Drinker. He does a decent channel. I think they're in Europe somewhere, Scottish, glass, some shit like that. Okay. There's a lot of, right now, there is a shitload of movie review channels. A shitload of them. Some of them do the smart thing, which is business, which is they all link up with each other. And then they cross promote each other outside of where you are, which is within the Black Manosphere section. Now, what I have talked about since I started my channel is how those entities outside of the Black Manosphere do come over here and steal content all the time. To do what? Blow up, resuscitate their channels. That has been a given. That has been a known quantity. Now, these are not people who you always see in the chat necessarily, aside from the ones who actually visit other channels and then come over here asking us what we think about other channels outside of the place. But it does happen. These are your ninja watchers. Now, I could tell you, if you don't think it happens, you understand how Pearly blew up, right? Now, I ain't got nothing against Pearl. Not at all. But I knew the show she was doing was somebody else's show. I knew the talking point she had was somebody else's fucking talking points. Because that didn't come out of just white folks red pill. And to her credit, she admitted where she got the shit from. She told you she paid Kevin to coach her. She told you that shit. She paid for that coaching that he offered. And she broke bread and took that knowledge and did exactly what he did, blow the fuck up to $1 million. Because she was willing to pay his ass for him. Ain't many black folks over here was willing to pay his ass for none of that shit. Not even on a nightly basis. That's why that 1 million subs, we can't think that was all us. It wasn't us. Because if it was just us, he wouldn't have blown up to a fucking 1 million. Plain and simple. I said that shit earlier about your audience. It is only a certain size. Please, everyone, stay on topic. Geekelite management. Appreciate you being. Yeah, this is some diversionary shit to get you talking shit about other content creators, which you shouldn't be doing on anybody's channel. Since we speaking of St. Kevin, what was one of Kevin's main things that he said? And this is for Toya too, because we had this conversation about this shit. What was one of the main things Kevin would do on his channel that he instilled on his channel? Stay on fucking topic. Don't come in the stream diverting it to some other shit. And he was a big one on that because he said that black folks get distracted too fucking easy. You don't go to a seminar about one thing and come in asking some questions about some shit happening in some other venue, some other presenter somewhere else. That's rude as fuck, but only black folks do that shit. Black folks and activists. Those are the only ones who do that shit. To distract from the whole conversation. That's why I put the point out there very often. You ain't the only one who did it, so don't think I'm picking on you, Andre. But like I told you, I cruise these YouTube streets all the time, far and wide. And I see you in different chats doing the same shit. I don't approve of it, but I ain't got no control of what the fuck you do outside of this fucking platform. I don't appreciate that shit because that's why I asked the very same question. You ain't the only one who done it, so don't think this is only for you. I've said this shit to every person who's done it. Go ask that motherfucker about me. Because obviously you pumping up his numbers watching him. So why don't you name drop my shit in his chat? And if you don't, ask yourself why you don't. He's not giving you the platform to sit up there and speak? And call you out by name? Or it would be rude? Or he might not even do lives. He might only do pre-recorded content. but he show up on other people's shit. I know that does do lives and will have 1,000 people talking about geek topics and using points that they stole from other people around the internet, or regurgitating the same comments you heard on 6 other fucking channels. But hey, that's me being pissy or something, right? No, it's not. Yeah, stay on topic. Rules for life. Yeah, Malika, no. Look, for me, I've done it for a long time because that's when I came into doing content here in the Black Manosphere. That's what I understood you did. You promote people inside the Manosphere. People outside the Manosphere don't need your help, obviously. So if you want to relate something that people should check out, it probably needs to be Black Manosphere first because you know where you are on YouTube. Your ass will be shadow banned and never heard of forever. So you need to actually work together and steer your traffic to other shopkeepers in this same sphere. Steering them to people outside the sphere ain't helping necessarily the sphere at all. Now, to a point, you will have to go outside, but you have to be selective of who you bring in because otherwise it's just circulating the same fan base. But that's no different than you do on the outside world of circulating your dollar within your community. No different. The more revolutions it makes inside of your community, the more everybody in your community gets uplifted. But the more you keep pouring it into everybody else pocket outside of your community, the more your community falls apart because you ain't supporting it. You are supporting them, and they will send their kids to college on your dime, on your eyeballs, and your favorite YouTuber. Why I don't understand why you don't grow. Because it only grows where you water it. I understand that, but it's a common millennial thing. Y'all say a lot, but don't think you think little. And that's not an insult. That's a description of a class of millennials. It's one of the other things that don't make me popular with y'all. I'll call it what it is. I'm not worried about, I'm not the feelings police. Do I tell you, I don't hand out cotton balls, cushions, bubble wrap, no safety protection, no helmets, no knee pads, no elbow pads, none of that shit. I don't hand out none of that shit at the door when you walk into the stream. This ain't about fucking feelings. It's about facts. So it's a description. Some of y'all is really cool. Some of y'all is really on the fence. And some of y'all ain't cool at all. I just don't know where the line is. But when you talk to them, you figure it out really quickly. So, anyway, like, share, subscribe, support streams if you feel so inclined. Back to this geek shit and this Cat Williams shit so I can get off of this awesome authenticity versus fakeness. I call it creativity versus regurgitation. I'm not a fan of regurgitation. I have a pretty good fucking memory. And if I heard it once before, I don't need to hear it again or 3 times or whatever. Fuck. This is what got me drawn in class more than listening to the goddamn teacher because I got it the first time you fucking said it. I understand it. Let's move on. If you got to keep talking for them slow motherfuckers in class, well, give me something else to do. You don't have anything else for me to do? Fine. I will sit here and create some shit on my own because my mind is active and alert and I understand. So I will entertain myself while you over there talking to them slow motherfuckers. Yeah. He said, just settle it in the dark zone. Shut up, BOT. Side conversation. Side conversation. Mentioning other content creators on another person's stream without asking permission is extremely irritating and rude. It can be. Some people don't give a shit, but their channel's big enough for that shit. The channel's is big enough for that shit. My channel ain't big enough for none of that shit, really. Not really. Unless they can help my platform, and they ain't trying to. That's why I always ask the question: are you mentioning my channel on their shit? Because my fan base ain't helping their asses. What, to get from what 100,012 to 100,018? No, I'm trying to suck their out of my fucking room. You think they want to bring me up to their level? Think they can? A most definite, unapologetic black male geek, older than them, probably a bit more knowledgeable than them on this shit. You really think though? No, I don't have the slickest production. I do not. I don't. It don't look like flashy and colorful and all the rest of that shit. No. But my value is in what I have up here, not with what I got back here. That's why I tell you, you can ask them folks some very basic questions to find out where they got on to this shit and how deeply they go. You'll find out it ain't very deep at all. And that's not me talking shit about them. That's just me stating a fucking fact. That's why most of the shit that they talk always end up going back to the political and behind the scenes angles, not the actual content. Shout out to Aquateki. Appreciate you, Aquateki, for supporting the stream. For the Romulan Ale and the Hunted Watch. Appreciate you, Aquateki. I will give you a double up. The guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Let me run it up. Never let a hard time on the
watch. It's funny you say that, Dre. I was watching some people today, which I've marked as folks that do apparently ninja watch my content sometimes because they do repeat shit. Some other faithless nobodies. And notice how many of them start cussing now. I guess it's okay now. And it relates to like doing comedy, right? For a while, doing comedy with curse words in it was considered taboo. Like, oh no, you don't do that. You do that blue type of comedy. Nah, you can only play in certain clubs with that shit. Now, damn near everybody do it, right? Why? Because what them little black motherfuckers was over there doing with the profanity and shit like that was profitable. So what did they start doing? Start doing that shit too. Because they need an edge that they don't have. But, you know, nobody owns profanity. But to critique, or not critique, to emphasize something one of my favorite comedians of all time has said, George Carlin. There are certain words you can say in a certain way. And I'm paraphrasing. It's not a direct quote. It's a sentiment. Is that there's words you can put together in a certain way and be the first person who ever say it in that direction ever. Because that's just how language works. how you put words together is unique unto yourself, even though the words in and of themselves are not unique to you, because it is how you think, not how the group thinks. And since my experience is not the group's experience, the words I use and how I run them together is not from the group. It is my experience. So that's why I can feel what Cat Williams is saying. That's why it can be found really easily. If I made my videos a different way, I would pull up for you certain shit that I said and just show you this is what it is. But I don't feel like wasting my time doing that shit. I don't. I know what I said. I know when I said it. If it was a jewel that somebody picked up and made it popular, okay. At least you know it was valuable. Won't get the credit for it, but to me, it's no shame in giving anybody credit for what they said and what you got it from. I understand that's how, academia and shit like that actually works. You give credit to where you got shit from. And it takes nothing from you to do it. If you think it takes something from you, it's just that you don't deserve the accolades for that shit. And you don't want the person who did originate that idea to get the accolades for it. You're more invested in seeing them languish and disappear than you are at promoting and seeing somebody else grow bigger than your ass. Because you feel like it takes something out of your pocket. Yeah, conjugation of profane words is an art. It is. It is. Now, I can't say I made up the term knuckle fuck. I didn't. But it's funny to me, and I like using it. I do. I think it's funny. Because I've told you guys before, one of my favorite types of words is compound words. I remember sitting in class when we was learning about compound words. It's like, oh, you can put any two words together like that? That's fun. That's really fun. Like dark light, moonstone, lightfoot, wet heat. Like compound words are fun as hell to me. So I will try to use them as much as I can. And if there ain't one there, make it up. Because that's the beauty of the English language. Shout out to Aaron McKean. You show it some love, and it can be part of the language. If you don't know who Aaron McKean is, editor of the Oxford English Dictionary. Like 5 foot, big nose, glasses wearing, kind of frumpy marshmallow looking white chick. I fuck the hell out of her ass because she's smart as shit. And that turns me on. Dude, exactly, mad villainy. Look, if it's all the same money, could you have Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Jay-Z, Rihanna, used to be Kanye West, all being billionaires at the same time? If it's all the same money? Come on, man. Read the world. Read the fucking world. If it's not enough out there for everybody, you know what usually happens? They print more of the shit. But there is enough for everybody. Because if it was just this small pool, you wouldn't have so many billionaires at the same time. That shit would be harder to get into than the NFL. But apparently, it ain't that goddamn hard nowadays because there's so much money out there floating. You just have to find out your way to actually get that piece of it. I figured this out from me and my brother used to watch game shows, and then I'm gonna get back to the show. We used to watch game shows when we were kids, right? Love game shows, pressure luck, all that shit. And what I figured out from watching game shows is understanding that how much money is worth. That the minute that game shows start going from, hey, you can win $10,000, you can win $50,000, you can win $100,000 on a game show, to you can win $1 million on a game show. $1 million ain't that damn much no more. It's not. An ex-wifey worked for a woman who on paper was a millionaire. On paper, she's a millionaire. She owned her own business. She sell her products. She pay her staff. Wife got a job from her. I got a job from her. Know her, know her family, know her kids, know the dumpy house she stay in, know the shitty Volvo she drive. That was a fucking millionaire. Really? Yeah. Because it ain't what the fuck you think it is. And she a millionaire still living in a middle-class neighborhood. There's enough out here for everybody. Find your niche and ride your lane. And hopefully, if you can get out of everybody else's slipstream of shadow, you can get your own money. But make no mistake about it, they see your ass coming, they think you got something on the ball a little bit more than those, they're going to try to stifle your shit. They're going to try to stifle your shit and make sure you do not get seen by anybody. That's why I say, you know your skill by the force mounted against you. Otherwise, it would just all be open and everybody make the money they're making. Inflation has entered the chat. Yeah, swinging a double-bladed axe. Swinging a double-bladed axe. I enhanced my reading from my teacher, Mr. Mitzelblick. This motherfucker right here, dude. 30K was very good at one time, but now it's considered to be below lower class. Yeah, you broke as shit if you're making 30K. 50K used to be middle class. 50K now is like, nigga, you barely making it. You better get up to 70, 80. Ugh. I'd still drive an 80s Volvo if I could. It was one in good condition. Volvos were good cars. Most people don't know that shit. The way they was designed is that if you hit that motherfucker, the pieces will fall off the side, not crush the car into the passenger cabin on your ass. You could think there was little old soccer mom cars and shit like, nigga, some people want to survive car accidents. I don't know about you. Some people want to survive them damn things, especially with a bunch of people on the road that can't fucking drive. You got it backwards. You're saying the doctor. Is any bomb by fucking hell. And it's not even niggas that hate competition. Negroes already get competition. And I would be more apt to say Negroes do not hate competition. They don't. They don't hate that shit at all. You know why? Because Negroes compete in every form of competition. We don't hate that shit at all. What is the big three other than basketball competition? What is a rap battle other than a rap competition? What is a boxing match other than a pugilistic competition? Wrestling, shooting guns, taking over a block, nigga, playing Grand Theft Auto. Black folks compete in all kind of areas of competition. We do not hate competition at all. We are the competitors. But because so few of us actually make it to higher levels, that's where you see the real competition. Those are the people that hate that competition. That's why they stifle us so fucking hard to keep us from competing with them. They don't mind the Mandingo fights. They'll support that shit. They'll put it on TV every fucking Sunday. He's a gladiator. Look how he dominated and stepped over that dude. Oh, he better go home. No, they don't want you competing against they ass. You can play in the Negro League. They don't want your ass up there with us because then it won't be a competition at all. That's where there's a lack of competition. And those motherfuckers will lock arms with whoever they got to keep your ass from competing with them. Think I'm lying? Look at the world. What was that study that came out? I think Dr. T was the one putting it out there about how much money America has lost by suppressing black men. How much money is lost? How much innovation has been lost? From the act of politically, socially subverting them and their efforts to make sure they stay down there and be that lower class. Because ain't no doubt they know they can make money off of you. A lot of people famous just because of that. But anytime you try to buck that system in any kind of way, they do try to make sure they take that shit from your ass too. By hook or by crook or chick chasing you down the motherfucking street. You ain't gonna be in no position of control. Don't want that competition. No shit, Mad Villainy, because that's pretty much what we got. That's how we prove our worth to one another and anybody else. You think them black men that actually signed up for war and went off to war wasn't out there competing against anybody? They fighting other people for a country that didn't like their ass to prove their worth to that country. Competition. And you know what I didn't see? I didn't see a bunch of B-dubs on the front line for that shit. You know, out there in the war. So I don't want to hear that shit. When you try to do the Star Wars thing with erasing anything that men ever did. Competition is what we know. That's the only way we thrive. The only way. That is why our creative pen and our physical strength is what the fuck it is. Because we always have to compete against the environment, against the society, against the mental controls, against all of that shit, just to actually stand up and have our own voice and say, go fuck yourself. I'm a man and I am here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, no one. And that's the whole point. Why? We compete so much that we can't work with each other. Too much sword fighting within the community because you don't know how to turn it off. A lot of times we don't. A lot of the times we don't. It's our greatest strength and our Achilles heel at the same fucking time. Perfect quote, no one. Perfect fucking quote. Oh, you know what? I think he said that. And if I use it, I will give you credit for it, no one. Speaking about higher levels, black people, non-blacks like to suppress the ones that they feel are beneath them or ones that are a threat to stop them from competing. Yeah, that's how the game is played. That's why you push for black folks to learn how to work together and support each other more than others. Because others support each other and work to suppress others. It makes no sense in the world for black folks to do it in the opposite fucking direction. Support others and suppress others like you. Stupid. Healthy competition and risk taking build strong, competitive, and ambitious men. Exactly. I am not as driven to do what I don't know I can do because I've always been good at everything and everything has always come easy to me. No, I compete to be better than myself, better than my expectations of myself and what I feel I can actually do because I look for my limits. If I can't do it, that's more of a reason for me to try and go hard, which is what go hard means, compete, nigga, to try to overcome it. Rather than saying, well, I just can't do it. It's just hard. Never mind. I'll pick something else. I'll pick up needlepoint. And I do know how to do needlepoint. Crafty motherfucker, man. The artisan is not just a cool name. That's who the fuck I am. What up, Donnie Mac? MDM back in the building. Ain't seen him in a minute with the cheesy face. Happy New Year. Happy Sunday. Fun day. Appreciate you coming through. Other people like watching us compete so they can so much they made blacked. No one. You're gonna have to talk to you're gonna have to talk to Toya and Aria about the freak speak. You can put that on the docket for the freak speak. I can't go into that on here. I really could go into it. I'm not going into it on here. This is not that time. This is gonna be the freak speak voice for the ladies. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that, the freaky stuff. No, I'm not going there on this stream. I'm already 2 hours in and I want to shut this shit down in 2 hours, and I've been ranting for a bit. It's funny though. I know why the space detractors don't show up for streams like this. Yeah, because it's easier to take from a place if you don't say that you acknowledge that it's there, that you watch it. It's easier to take from it because then you don't have to acknowledge it. You don't want it to disappear because then you wouldn't have anything to pull from. But you don't want to give it any shine so people find it. No. Put it this way. I know I show up in their algorithm just the same way they show up in mine because we're talking about the same shit. I know they do. And I never tag one of them in my shit. Now, I was told that every time I find one that is repeating content I've said, that I should tag them, they ass in my video. That they got it from. Yeah, if I had that kind of time, I probably would do that shit. If I was feeling extra petty, yeah, I'd probably do that shit. It could be beneficial for my channel. But I don't have that kind of time, and that's what they benefit from. I don't have time to keep fucking chasing them around the internet doing that shit. I don't. I really don't. It's a benefit to them that I don't do streams every day. Because my fresh hot take is usually my fresh hot take based on something other than just this. Thank you, G.I. Joe and Thundercats and He-Man. Yeah. Yeah, back to the geek speak. You say the freak speak for a Friday night or something. Eat the ladies for the freak speak. I wonder when James Brown did the song I'm Living in America for the Apollo, if that triggered drag off. He could only sing that song because he was living in America. Why would it? Russians is Russians. Fuck, you think they got to care about your ass for? All right. So moving on. This dumb shit. I think I've ranted and raved for 2 hours. Even though I was talking about the Cat Williams stuff and authenticity, and I did touch on the Star Wars stuff, let's get to that part because the Star Wars shit and this new director is something to be talked about, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on the shit. I really don't. I'll leave that for other people to just beat that horse until it's glue factory material. But so this director that's coming on to the Star Wars to do the Rey movie, Sharmeen Obadiah Chinoy, Pakistani feminist activist, documentary filmmaker, directing a Rey movie. So the fuck what? Look, I already went through this during the week after New Year's. I don't give a shit that she's a woman. I don't give a shit that she's a feminist. I don't necessarily care that she's an activist. Don't. It don't matter to me if she's Pakistani or not. It doesn't matter to me how many episodes of Ms. Marvel she directed, even though those episodes of Ms. Marvel she directed did drag the story down. It did. Now I understand why it was 2 episodes of that shit. In a time travel sense, it was interesting, but it did drag the story down. I don't care about none of that shit. The only way any of that stuff actually matters is when it comes together and forms into the Voltron of wokeness in a Rey movie. That's a problem. And it's a problem not because this is going into a movie, because they've made activist movies forever. That's what documentary filmmakers do. They beat the drum they want to play and try to get people to watch it. The problem is for this franchise of Star Wars, that is a fucking loser. It is a fucking loser. Now, I may want to see Daisy Ridley be in a Star Wars movie and repair the Rey character, but not under this bitch's tutelage. And not under that goofy ass one sitting up there at Lucasfilm rubbing her gnarled fucking fingers together with a hood over her face. No. No, no, and no. Now understand, I like women. I do. Women give me a different energy that I cannot get from fucking guys, obviously. Right? I like feminine energy. But I'm a big lesbian. I told you all this. It's just what it is. And I've known since I was born. But I don't think that shit needs to be everywhere. Just like walking into a hamburger shop and it's all the same race of people in there. I think we need some diversity in that situation, but I don't need everybody just being one thing. I don't. That is not how I view diversity. As bad as this brand of Star Wars has been damaged by its current leadership at Lucasfilms, it does not need another activist directing a film. Don't need another one of those. Does not need another one of those at all. And I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of the health of the brand. Okay? What is going to make the most sense to make this shit profitable again? Would it be to move away from the Rey character in some sense and start telling some fucking stories in the future that somebody might want to see or watch? Or does it make the most fucking sense in the world to pull the problematic character up and hump more problems on top of her and then put out that movie and put activists in charge of directing it who is not a movie director? And she said it herself. When I heard that shit, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Are you doing the Marvel thing like they did with Ta-Nehisi Coates writing Black Panther? Are you doing that shit? Oh, y'all got to stop talking to each other. Y'all need to talk to people outside of your fucking group because that fucking circle jerk, that hookah session y'all having, y'all high as shit. Y'all are way high. California green high, not legalized high. You need to calm the fuck down. That is not going to be a winner at all. With the audience you're trying to get and the ones that you're driving away, it is not going to be a hit. I'm telling you. Oh my fucking God. I could be all supportive for this woman, this director, directed a movie about what she wants to. I could. She wanted to make another documentary, cool. Fine. She wanted to make a feature film about some shit, cool. Directing a Star Wars movie? Not with that shit in it. Star Wars don't need that right now. Star Wars is in a breaking up period. Maybe Star Wars need to sit their ass on the bench a little bit and, go get some fucking counseling. Take a long trip on a short couch and try to work out their fucking issues. One of which being you need to cut that toxic bitch loose. Because your girlfriend that you got in your ear, KK, is really just killing you. She keeping you from having a good man in your life. There ain't been nobody since George. Yeah, I know. John was a good second, but she told me John sucked. Yeah, I know. Star Wars, you got to stop that shit, girl. She is not helping you. Why you keep listening to your girlfriends? You ever heard of this guy named Kevin Samuels on YouTube? Single women keep women single. Damn, dude. Bruh. And this is what it is. I don't have any hate for this director. She fine to be activist on whatever the fuck she's an activist on. It's like Dr. Tia-san is fine with being a black male masculinist activist. He's fine with that shit. If he wanted to make a movie, he's fine with it. But if he was trying to make a Barbie movie, people would have some goddamn questions, wouldn't they? Like, wait a minute. How you gonna have the masculinist making a Barbie movie? That don't work. Oh, excuse me. Shout out to comedian Jay Reed. That don't go together. Well, it's the same thing with this shit. Her ass doing Star Wars does not go together. Two great tastes that should not be together. Feminism in Star Wars has ruined Star Wars. It has not improved it. You can't say it's improved it. Look at the numbers. I don't have to bring it up. Go to some of these channels y'all was talking about that Andre was bringing up. Go to their channels and let them tell you about the fucking stock numbers and the box office numbers and all those numbers, industry insider numbers, all that shit about how much this brand has been fucking damaged. How much money it's fucking losing. Do that. And you tell me, has feminism and Star Wars gone good together like fucking sandpaper in a sensitive ass? No. No. Who thinks like that? I got it. People who don't live in fucking reality, probably high on their own hookah. It's like they want Ray to be a Disney princess. Ray is a Disney princess. Ray is a Disney creation through and through, which is why it fucking sucks. Which is why it sucks. I can't tell you, I can't really actually put my finger on exactly who is responsible for creating the Ray character. You know why? Because it was a character committed or created by committee, apparently, no one person can take any credit for it. So you can't blame anybody. Well, I've told you guys, recently my thing was telling you the kryptonite of women is accountability. You know who created Luke Skywalker. You know who created Han Solo. You know who created the slave Leia costume. You know all of that shit, right? Yeah. Oh, that's that man. That's George Lucas. He's the fault. Misogynist. Carrie Fisher looked hot in that slave Leia costume, y'all. I'm sorry. And even as a young boy watching the first Star Wars movie, and she didn't have no bra on, and them little boobies was bouncing around underneath that shit, I was like, hell yeah, toga party. Just saying. Just saying. But like I told you, I'm a big lesbian. I don't have a problem with women. I don't have a problem with women being feminine. I really don't. And yeah, Aquateki had no bras in space. Wasn't that second wave feminism? Burning their bras? That having a bra was some restrictive male device that they made to restrict women, that it was good for titties to be free? I fucking agree. Some titties do need to be free. And some need some restraint because it's gonna hurt your back. But if you got the type that can hang loose, let them hang, girl. Just like my nuts. But yeah, Andre, a committee full of women. Yeah, the Forces Female Group. The Forces Female Story Group. Yeah. So nobody wants to claim her, but everybody wants to champion her, right? Why? Because they all feel like they had a part in that shit. That's why she sucks. Think about it this way. For all of you who date women, male and female alike, who actually date women, not back in the past, currently, male and female alike, okay? Which chicks are the most problematic to deal with out of these two? The ones that you can tell actually have a strong sense of themselves, kind of self-made in a sense, or the ones who got 5 girlfriends in their ear telling them what they should do the whole fucking time? Which ones is the most problematic to date? You tell me. Put it in the chat. Is the crowd participation part of this. Thank you to the brothers who actually chat. No ninjas. Number 2. I take door number 2. Yeah, this is Monty Hall, motherfucker. What's behind door number 2? Problems. 5 girlfriends. The Coven of Chaos. I like that, Donnie Mac. Put that on the board. The Coven of Chaos. I hope that's your original phrase, but I like that one. If it's not, I can't give you credit for it. But if I use it, I'm gonna say like Donnie Mac said, the Coven of Chaos. They're both problematic, but the ones with the girlfriends are worse. Yeah. You know why? Because a woman by committee ain't got her own fucking brain. That's the problem with the Ray character. It's so much ridiculous, overpowered feminine shit in it, nobody can like the shit. The only person who came along who could actually fix that fucking character, actually gave a damn to try to fix that character, was Jon Favreau. At that time, working with Coochhead Filoni. That's at least 2 men can fix what a whole story group did. And it kind of got John Favreau away from that shit. So now what you think you got? Do you think it's going to be improved? Because mind you, this is one of 2 Ray movies that are supposed to happen, right? This one that's getting all the smoke and all the heat is the one that was slid in there right before the John Favreau and Dave Filoni movies using Ray Sky. I almost said that shit. Using Ray Solana. It's supposed to change that character to fix her. This Ray movie was announced by Kathleen Kennedy to supersede that movie and try to wipe it away. Basically, her double and triple down with the gnarled fingers to make sure she keep a stranglehold on that Star Wars shit. So do you think it's going to be improved? Because as far as I remember, Mangold was supposed to direct that one, wasn't he? And now they got Chinoy. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Yeah, Ray Kennedy. That's the best. That's the best name for her. That's the best name for her, Malika. Credit to Malika. You will get credit for that. Ray Kennedy. And if I say that 2 more times, I should remember that so I never have to make the mistake of saying that fucking S name behind Ray, because that's a fucking insult. That is some cultural appropriation if I ever saw it. Right? Took the power of the man by taking his name. I took his balls. I am now this. Since fucking when? You didn't pop out of Shmee. Fucking bitch. Oh my God. Look at his lightsaber, his uncle's house, all that shit. You just take his name too now. Yeah, it just don't mean shit, right? Basically a slave name, I guess. Yeah, so Ray Kennedy. A Ray Kennedy movie is not going to be improved by adding a feminist on the directing staff, especially when you already know that the Covenant Chaos story group, the Forces female group faction, is not going to turn out a good fucking story anyway. I mean, do we forget that this whole Crapalite show is coming out this year, supposedly? Did we forget about that? You're going to be drowning in feminist wet dreams this year. And this is the year of truth. So you know what that means. They're going to go down in fucking flames. They are. They are not going to hit the targets that they think they're going to hit. And they're going to be, you're going to have to listen to a shitload of bitching and moaning and crying and whining and hand wringing and blaming and finger pointing. It was your fault, you toxic men. But you didn't make that movie for me. And you still expect me to go see it? Go fuck yourself. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? You got a double-ended dildo and mad because I won't partake? No, that's for you and your girlfriends. That ain't for me. Oh, no. I come naturally equipped with this. No appliances necessary. Fuck you. I'm a that's not how I'm made to function. I'm sorry. Doubling down on failure, dude. It's Aquateki at this point, could it even be considered doubling down? They're putting a house on it. The way they going with this shit, if you were in a casino, they would be warning you to step away from the fucking table, dude. Like, now I'm gonna have to ask you to leave because maybe you've had enough. Maybe you've done enough. Maybe you should probably, find some other place to entertain your urges. Maybe it's call it a night. No, I want to put it all up. We don't want to have to do this to you, Bill. We might want to have to ask you to leave. No, let it ride. Oh, this bitch. She putting up everything: the kids' college fund, the house, the grandparents' retirement money. She's throwing it all up there. At this point, it can't even be considered a double down. She triple dog dared a motherfucker to not like her shit. Like, what have you not seen already? We don't like your shit. Last year alone, somebody do the numbers on that shit. How much money did Indy lose? How many fucking subs and shit did that Ahsoka shit lose? Nigga. I see stuff like this and it just makes me wonder, there's somebody losing their job today because their drawer was short $20. This bitch is losing hundreds of millions of dollars and still sitting up there smiling, talking about the next piece of shit she about to throw down the pipe. Oh my God. Oh my God. Alternative to the Covenant Chaos, the Flock of Failure, the Money Pit. Yeah, shout out to shout out to Shelley Long and why am I forgetting his fucking name? Probably because I got this alcohol in me. Good thing I ate first. Tom Hanks. Jesus Christ. An Oakland boy. From the trees, Oakland. Tom Hanks and Shelley Long. Or no, not Shelley Long. A chick from Cheers. Now I'm forgetting her name. No, it was Shelley Long. Because Shelley Duvall was the other chick. Yeah, Shelley Long, Tom Hanks, The Money Pit. Classic movie from the 80s. But if you watch The Money Pit, you got to watch War of the Roses with Kathleen Turner and Michael Douglas. That shit is comedy. That shit is, and Danny DeVito. That shit is comedy. This is the movie they did after Romancing the Stone. And Romancing the Stone, too. I got more square footage. War of Roses, boy. Divorce can be hell. So, for this woman's credits, this spanks of a diversity hire. It does. It reeks of that shit. Why do I say that? She has not directed a movie on this level. And she ain't even a filmmaker like that anyway. She's a documentarian. Now, that's a little bit different. If it wasn't, you wouldn't understand that there's a different category for that type of movie. Dealing with special effects, dealing with fight choreography, dealing with the different lighting schemes and stuff, that is completely different from sitting up and doing a documentary film. I watch a lot of documentaries. There ain't a lot of filmmaking going on. It's a lot of recording, a lot of editing, not a lot of filmmaking to me, to my eye. Outside of, say, like a Denis Villeneuve out there filmmaking a Dune movie on location, on set, dealing with actors, dealing with this, props, all this shit. That is completely fucking different than documentary filmmaking. Yes, you're still using the camera and you're still shouting directions, which we know women love doing. But fundamentally, you are dealing with a lot more moving pieces than just what you think you want to say. Now, the funny part is, if there was a different studio head there, if it wasn't KK, you would be worried for this chick because the studio would come in and actually tweak her movie to make what they want to make, right? You understand that that's a concept that actually happens. That's what makes, Warner Brothers movies shit. The studio interferes to push their own narrative. Well, the only difference between that is, for this franchise, the studio head is the actual problem. And the studio head only picks people that align with her and will push her message. That has nothing to do with the character or the story or the fucking universe. What Malika say? Artist says she is documenting how feminism fails a galaxy far, far away. I say she's going to document how feminism fucks up a galaxy far, far away. Even further. Even further. Billions of dollars silent installed because they won't let go of a philosophy. Look, here's my thing. You can have whatever philosophy you want to. This is America. It just doesn't belong where you're trying to force it. That's it. That's my whole point on the shit. You can have whatever philosophy you want to. More power to you. I'm not telling you you can't have it. What I am telling you is it does not work for this franchise. It has already been shown to kill this franchise. This franchise is not even on its last leg. This motherfucker is down on 3 points throwing up. You about to deliver the axe kick to the back of the head. The curb stomp is a coming. Oh no, you want to do that? You know, it would be quicker if y'all just went to George's house and stabbed him in his fucking chest. And I'm not advocating for anybody to do that shit. I'm just saying it would be quicker if you did that. Cut his member off and stuffed it in his mouth and then cut his throat at the same time. Just to be pissy. Because that's all the fuck you doing with his baby. His universe he created. That's all you're doing to it. You jealous, hateful ass motherfuckers. Non-creative motherfuckers, I might add. You know, copycats. Force Awakens. New Hope for a New Generation. All of Ahsoka. That shit is tired. It would be quicker. Why are you subjected to the fans to this shit? Because I can tell you this. I have no desire to watch Star Wars become a B movie version or C movie version of itself. I have no desire to watch Star Wars become every parody of Star Wars it ever was, that ever fucking existed. Why would I want to see Star Wars become Hardware Wars? No. Why do you think I should watch that? Why would you think you're going to throw a vagina on the screen and in my face, and this is what the next movie is going to be all about, and think I'm just supposed to be there to say, okay. Okay. No. Who are you even talking to when you say this shit? Who? I hate to sound like what is he out, but who? Who gives a fuck? I don't even think women give a fuck like that. Because I can tell you this. If ain't no dudes there, actual women don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't pay for this shit. Not like that. Not to those numbers. So if, like the machines in the Matrix, there are levels of survival you're willing to accept, then knock yourself the fuck out. But don't be pointing your finger at us when you get down to those levels. No, you wasn't making it for us, remember? So we can fall all the way back and let you have it. And it will fall by the wayside, just like the WNBA. It'll be just as big as that shit. And you have succeeded in having Star Wars to yourself. Congrats. Fear and oppression will reign supreme, and profits will not. Just saying. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The next little bit of bullshit, so you can see where this Star Wars stuff is going, since they're taking their cue from the MCU right now, is this What If Season 2. We got 30 more minutes. I'm going to drop the link in here and give y'all some of the floor for the last 30. While I talk about this what if shit, because I don't even know if y'all watched it. And if you didn't, good for you. Good for you. It wasn't that good. Some of the most questionable shit I saw this week was in that What If show. Some of the best stuff I saw this week was in Reacher Season 2, Episode 6. That was some good shit. What the hell was What If Season 2? You know what the hell it was? It was the same thing as Season 2 of Star Wars Visions. Same shit. A feminist narrative wrapped over something that was actually worked the first time around. And not as good. Substandard quality. Basically, What If Season 2 was about women need to take charge. Women need to be in charge. And you need to kill your father. That's what the season was about. Because that was the underlying theme through every fucking episode. Men need to be killed, and you need to be in charge. And taking all they frocks and symbols of their manhood onto yourself. It started from the first episode. It went all the way through to the last episode. Now, this really rubbed me the wrong way because I liked What If. I did. I liked What If. It was an interesting concept in a night gallery, Twilight Zone kind of way, where you can get different depictions, different versions of things and events, and have that be something. But at the end, it kind of tied these people all together, and then they went off and went their separate ways. That was all well and good. The problem came in the form of bringing back one of those characters and hoisting that character higher to give her a group of other characters, mostly women, to do the same shit. That turned the show into not a revolving cast, but the same cast and the same type of cast. You know, no diversity. the uber white woman. Now, I might have had nothing against no white chicks. Obviously, I don't. That's obvious. I dated enough of them. It's not that big of a deal. But I date women, and they come in all colors. I didn't try to. But as Aquateki is saying right here, there was nothing compelling about that shit. Nothing. The best part that seemed like, oh, that was interesting, that was kind of cool, happened at the end of that motherfucker. Where the watcher is showing Peggy Carter what else is going on in this multiverse and how he sees it. And showing her that world tree that Loki created at the end of Loki season 2. That he is at the heart of. That was the only thing interesting. That was the only thing compelling about that shit. Like, oh man, I might want to see a little bit more of that. But fuck you, we're not. And see, Aquateki, you saw what I saw. The Hela and Wenwu shit. No. Here's the thing. Here's how fucking devious this shit is. It is a what if story. So it's in a dimension where things happen a little different, right? The thing that you have to remember in this is that how it originally happened is your guide book for what they're changing and what they're not. So traditionally, Wenwu is supposed to end up with a Chinese woman that is from that village of Talo or whatever it was. I forget the name of it, right? Which ended up being Shang-Chi's mother, right? And Shang-Chi's sister, right? Mother of both those children. Because Hela stepped in, who was a British sounding white chick, she subverted the birth of Shang-Chi and his sister. And Wenwu getting with that Chinese woman to come in and kind of take charge. But she didn't want to be with Wenwu. No, when Wenwu was actually trying to put the woo-woo on her, putting them rings on her, giving them the moves, ancient Chinese secret, he go for the kiss. What she started doing? She abused that motherfucker. Start pounding his face into his war table where he got maps laid out of battle plans and shit. What kind of fucking feminist narrative is this? That's abuse. Because if you reverse the shit and when Wu started slamming Hela's head into the table, you'd be quiet. Oh, misogyny. She's a survivor. She didn't want Wenwu. She just wanted Wenwu to use him. He don't get to have his own children. He don't get to have his son or his daughter. He just get to be that, man with the 10 rings holding his fucking dick in his hand. Lapdog servant to her. Get the fuck out of here. He just get to be the servant of the white chick. I got you. I see what you did there. Yeah. Fuck them Chinese men, right? Fuck them Chinese men. And not literally, figuratively. No, they don't get their own women, and they don't get none of you either. They get to just hold it. Hold it. Sexless relationship ass. No procreation, stagnation, and the death of they family. What if, like I said, what if season 2 took you to the Fem She You multiverse? Yeah, they did. They did. The multiverse of ovaries. The definition of a man eater. No shit. Now, to me, the most egregious part of this is that Hela learned some humanity or some shit like that, or some humbleness. And the fact that Hela in this universe supposed to be Odin's child, actually was able to beat Odin with no power because she had the help of Wenwu and the 10 rings, and she got a little Tai Chi training from the woman who was supposed to be Wenwu's wife. They were able to beat Odin, the All-Father. No. You putting a lot of weight on them fucking 10 rings. That is not how they fucking work. They ain't got that kind of juice. And as annoying as that shit can be, is constantly getting hit in the back of the head by some bullshit. She didn't gain no power greater than her father from learning how to do Tai Chi. Fuck you. That was an insult. That was an insult. Now, it may not play like that to people who don't read fucking comic books. It might not play that way at all. It might not play that way to somebody who want to tickle their pickle about how awesome their women are. Didn't play that way at all. They were sitting there flicking their bean to that shit and enjoying it. Rubby, rubby, squirt, squirt. But to everybody else with a brain, that's some bullshit. No. Even in a different dimension. That's some bullshit. Here's how it's bullshit. Odin took Hela's powers. Hela could not take Odin's powers. Even learning martial arts. So that whole shit with her turning into the white form and all the rest of this bullshit, it's like, when did you ever see a murderer ascending to be like, enlightened? That kind of goes against your whole fucking thing. I mean, we know how Odin had to get his power. He had to even sacrifice an eyeball to get that shit. The fuck did you have to do? Because daddy didn't want to let you have a dog? Man, get the fuck out of here with this stupid shit. Yeah, she gonna beat the guy with the all-seeing eye, which means I saw your ass coming. Fuck you. Yeah, you're supposed to forget that MacGuffins are supposed to work. Multiverse of menopausal man haters. No shit. She had to give up shit. And then got her helmet of power back. Like, is that her real power? No, I seem to understand that Hela's real power came from the fact that Odin, strong as he was able to give her a realm to be her dominion. She couldn't do that. She didn't have it unless Odin gave it to her. Because she was not the mistress of death because she just decided to do that shit. Because her daddy gave her that power and that title. Just like he took it from her when he sent her ass to Midgard. That was dumb. It took me 2 times to watch that piece of bullshit. And both times it was putting me to sleep and losing me. Like, power through. Dumb shit. Now, it did not get better from there because the Kihori and Captain Britain, Peggy Carter, that shit was boring as fuck. That shit was stupid. Now, their fight against Superior Strange was an absolute fucking insult. And it's an absolute insult because it took a character who was ended up being kind of your hero at the end of the first one for how he saved the multiverse into the biggest fucking simp in the MCU. and reverted him back on himself, that he lost all that character development of learning what he did was wrong. To turn around and do it again just so we can have a bigger fight scene this time. Never in my life have I seen a space stone be able to beat a sorcerer, the sorcerer supreme, who absorbed all the other magical beings in his whole fucking realm. So much so, he broke his fucking universe and it collapsed. And only his power was able to save the little bit that was left. Now, you tell me how a chick that has speed powers and telekinetics beats that motherfucker. Especially with another chick that only is a super soldier. You tell me. Neither one of them can do shit but try to throw hands. And don't think I don't know that Kiori ain't nothing but a ripoff of Mijinari from the X-Men cartoon. Storm's nephew, son. Don't think I don't see that shit. That's all the fuck she is. I don't give a good goddamn how many feathers you throw in her hair and say you give a Native American representation. Fuck you, no, you're not. You being unoriginal, again, copying another character just to put a woman in the place. Alongside the other knockoff character. Now, make no mistake about it. I like Haley Atwell. Haley Atwell is fine as fuck to me. Well, maybe not fine as fuck, but Haley Atwell ain't nothing bad to look at. She's not. But I like chicks with accents too. And big boobs helps. Pretty face and boobs, you got a lot of attention. Good accent, I'm listening to what you're talking about too. I don't have a problem with the Captain Carter character. They overused this motherfucker because they didn't want to get rid of it. She's just the hero of the multiverse now, right? Well, why couldn't Black Panther, Star-Lord, be the hero of the universe? He was there. Why not Natasha? No, it got to be Peggy Carter. Yeah, revisionist history on a whole hubba. On a whole hubba. A 90s rock. The kind that made the Carter. Like, with Nino Brown standing out front. Oh my God. They was on some serious shit. That's why I said I don't know what's in the hookah that they passing. But goddamn, that shit is pure. More pure than you need to be fucking with. Haley Atwell is just my son. Haley Atwell is nothing ugly about her. Dude, there's nothing ugly about her. You saw I was talking about Kathleen Kennedy, gnarled ass hands. Haley Atwell got cute hands too. Nigga, look at the whole. I analyze. Nigga, I look at the whole. The whole being. Man, got some cute fucking toes. Okay. You can work with that. So I ain't shitting on her. I'm not shitting on the Captain Carter character. Yeah, okay, we got a knockoff in this universe. Peggy got the super soldier serum instead of Steve. Okay, cool. No big deal. I can roll with it. How they use this motherfucker, this character, in this shit? Oh, no, dude. I don't like that. And that's why I always have to give you guys that understanding of what I'm talking about when I say something sucks. It doesn't just suck because it sucks. That's not giving you any fucking detail. It sucks because I don't like the way they use this character. The character in and of itself is fine. It can exist. It can rock in my world all day. I don't have a problem with it. But making that character the main thrust of this season and constantly using that character and creating some other Mary Sue ass characters to run underneath her, fuck you. It was pointless. The Kahori character is a rip-off character from somewhere else. Captain Carter is already a rip-off. The Nebula, Supernova Nebula, which is just a fucking insult for me to even say, running around with Yondu's coat on and his fin. Like, fuck you need that shit for? Oh my God, dude. It was just too much. It was just way too fucking much. Way too much. They took that A4 scene out of Endgame as fucking carte blanche to just do more ridiculous stuff on that level. And you should have never continued doing that shit. I don't know what you thought, but Marvel fans don't hate women. Because as far as I'm concerned, Marvel characters, Marvel Comics has some of the sexiest women in comics. Outside of Michael Turner and Fathoms or the Witchblade, Mark Silvestri doing Witchblade. Marvel got some of the sexiest women. And chicks you don't want to be fucking around with, especially none of them redheads. Don't be fucking with none of them redheads in the MCU, nigga. You're gonna have a problem. Powered or unpowered, you're gonna have a problem. It is not gonna be nice for you. Yeah, Captain Carter got more screen time than Captain Falcon. They might as well just take his ass out the movie and put her in there. Might as well. You waiting on the live action version, right? You already saw her in Multiverse of Madness. Do what the fuck you want to do. Then it really would be a new world order, wouldn't it? You really would have put it right on the nose and flick your bean to your heart's content. No, they got to tear that motherfucker down one notch first. Then, probably in his movie, he'll pass it off to somebody else. Somebody else would be. And I don't even care if I lose it. Bet money that he got to get it passed off to some other chick. Somebody got to get some elevation out of his ass. So, nobody want no parts of this. Huh? I put the link in there and motherfuckers ran. I thought this is what everybody on YouTube lived for, having panels and coming up on streams to talk your shit. I noticed certain content creators cannot really get a lot of people to fill up a panel. I haven't really figured out why that is, but I noticed. There's only two places that gingers are celebrated: corn and comics. True. But they celebrate it for the same reason, because you think gingers are freaky and crazy. Crazy works in comics, freaky works in corn. So, yeah, that was my note was Hela and Wenwu beat Odin. What the fuck? Like, and Kiori and Carter fight Superior Strange and win? The fuck? Really? What the hell? I talked about What If before, and that's why I'm not going to keep belaboring it, but I watched the last, I stopped at 6, or stopped at 5. I watched the last 3 episodes. I'm happy that's over. Some side notes that pissed me off. I didn't like the way they did boy Killmonger with the Infinity Stones. You know, the one that the Superior Strange could not stop him and Ultron fighting, so he just encased him in a little crystal so they'd be fighting each other forever. But these chicks just snapped his ass out of existence like nothing. How? You got a space stone. No other power, a space stone. The ability to travel through space. This shit ain't even consistent to your own fucking universe what these things do. Because you just want the bean flicking. Whatever. Yeah, you glad you didn't watch this season? I'm glad you didn't watch this season either. Only in the sense that you didn't have to suffer through that shit too. But in the sense of talking about it, doesn't work because you didn't see the shit. And look, I told y'all, they probably didn't want you to see this season either because they didn't advertise it for shit. They didn't advertise it worth a damn. The show was out and people were reviewing it before I even knew it was coming out. Like, damn, it's out. I didn't see no commercials. I got commercials up the ass for that Ahsoka shit. You mean MCU couldn't advertise this at all? Did they spend all the money trying to advertise the Marvels? Fucking hell, dude. Yeah. This is gonna be a hell of a year for these motherfuckers. This is gonna be a hell of a year for them. Oh my god, this is gonna be a hell of a year. Yeah, it was a wasted season, just like season 2 of the Bad Batch was a wasted season. Fuck that up. Star Wars Visions 2 was all right, but it went completely left feminine. And now this season. So I don't know what the fuck Disney is doing with its properties on the animated front. I mean, they have just scuttled the whole ship. It's going down like a submarine. So I don't know what they was thinking, but you saw what it is. This company, I don't know how many more losses this company could take, dude. I really don't. The fact that they still making money somewhere is a mystery to me. I didn't really think the parks made that kind of money, but apparently they do. Apparently they can float this whole fucking company's rack on racks of failures to the tune that they are failing. But I guess it's going to be interesting to see because we're going to see something burn down. I can tell you that much. You can keep trying to burn down Star Wars, but at the same time you're doing that, I'm watching the Magic Kingdom burning, motherfucker. And nobody running with a fire extinguisher. Everybody sitting there just like, yeah, did she? So I'm glad y'all didn't watch it because it would not have been a pretty sight for you. But that's it. Nobody wants to come up. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I see BGS got an AMA going on. I don't really give a shit about Big J Triple X. I don't know why every year we got to pull this motherfucker out and start giving him time. But I ain't wasting my time listening to that shit. I got other stuff to do. Oh, I did have some other things I want to show you guys. I will be doing an unboxing video because, like I told you, I pulled a lot of stuff out of storage. And one of the things that I was looking for ever to pull out of storage was this. If y'all don't know what that is, this is my original Blade statue from the first Blade movie, Wesley Snipes. I've been waiting to pull that statue along with one other one, my Vampire Hunter D statue, out of storage to put it up in my place. And I'm putting that motherfucker up on display. I ain't making no geek fortress over here, but I value art. I value craftsmanship, and I feel like decorating. We'll see if I can get that other one. This is another one that I had in storage. This box was a treasure trove. This is my statue boxes. So for Art of Idmore, I don't know where he went to, but I can guess where he at. This is my statue box. These are the things that are coming out of my statue box. So I want to do an unboxing because I got to check these motherfuckers out to make sure nothing has been broken in all that time or anything like that. So I have to unbox them just to check anyway. But I got the blade. That one is about 18 inches tall. You'll see. It's tall. Punisher statue, old school, with the skull face. Trying to make sure I don't get a porn picture in the middle of this shit. My Phantom, Randy Bowen bust, because I like the Phantom character. If y'all don't know who the Phantom is, read a fucking comic. Stupid asses. Oh, great. Somebody always comes up at the end when I'm trying to close out. Uh-oh, look at this Negro. What up, JT?
What's good?
Nothing much. How you doing, man?
Nah, I'm chilling.
So am I. Chilling and drinking tequila.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I was like, you got that blue drink going on. You got that tequila up in there. I was like, okay.
Got that blue milk. On that Luke Skywalker, man.
Nah, that stuff was green. Wasn't that green?
It was blue milk. He had that blue milk.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, this is the other book I found in storage. I'm going to send to Artie Ibmore. Since he want to play me in pool. I'm going to send him this book. Maybe it'll help his ass out. This is dangerous. Okay, this is the other statue I have. Now, this came out before that. This came out before there was ever an Avengers movie. This is from when the Ultimates comic came out, and you saw Nick Fury look like Sam Jackson. That's what this statue is. This is a bust, because I started out buying busts, right, of Black Nick Fury. Black Fury. Oh, and that's the anime box. That was the top level of that anime box with the Tekken Gundam wing.
Tekken the motion picture.
Mm-hmm.
I taped that off the TV.
Yeah. Underneath there is the movie Sin, but nobody knows that. And you could see, for y'all young folks, what a VHS tape looks like. It's just a big-ass cassette tape. Just a big-ass cassette tape. But I like Gundam Wing. I really did. Because they all had Gundams, but every one of the motherfuckers was a little bit different. They had their own style. And I like some Death Scythe and that what was the like Wing Zero. I do like Wing Zero, but it was Death Scythe, and then it was that dragon one. I forgot what his name was. Liu Fang or some shit like that. That motherfucker was badass. Especially when they got into the endless waltz shit. Take that off screen. Was that all of them? Yeah, that was all of them. Yeah, so that's some of the shit that's coming out the box. Outside of this is something else I want to show y'all. This gets into me telling, showing BGS and Dr. T how much of stuff I may have read and forgotten in all this time. JT actually liked this. God damn it. There we go. You see that? To all y'all who don't know, that's a box of books. This is what us older folks used to call reading. And you see that? What you got there? My copy of Dune. My copy of Dune by Frank Herbert. All these books up here at the top, these are all Octavia Butler's books.
No,
even this one right here, Bloodchild. My favorite author. I told you I read all her books. Here they go. See him crease like a motherfucker. What else? Star Wars. That same line of stories I tell you guys to read. Here it is. 5, 6, 7 books. I brought all these books home because I'm putting them on the shelf with my other books.
Damn right.
Underneath there is my son's books, his Aragorn series book. So I'm gonna return that to him so he can read it to his daughter. Right. And then some other shit in there. You see, Bobby Fischer teaches chess. I'm a chess player. Yeah, I read Bobby Fischer. Right. And then these other two books on the side were actually really funny. This is Arthur by Frankfurt or something like that. Harry Frankfurt. He wrote two books. His first book that I bought of his and read is called On Bullshit. Wait a minute. Hold on one second. I'll grab the shit because it's funny as hell. This is fun. All right. This is the book. You see that? The camera. Yet? On Bullshit. Harry G. Frankfurt. I bought this book in 2008 and read it. Thankfully, it doesn't have hella small ass print. This is all about the study of people telling you bullshit. That's basically what it's about. It is. It's about what is bullshit. What is the bullshit that people tell you? Wait a minute. Can I read the forward? I saw this shit at Barnes and Nobles. I said, I gotta read this. Holy cow. You can do a book like that? Just call it book. First paragraph. One of the most salient features of our culture is that there is so much bullshit. Everyone knows this. Each of us contributes his share, but we tend to take the situation for granted. Most people are rather confident of their ability to recognize bullshit and to avoid being taken in by it. So the phenomenon has not aroused much deliberate concern nor attracted much sustained inquiry. In consequence, we have no clear understanding of what bullshit is, why there is so much of it, or what functions it serves. And we lack the conscientiousness, development, appreciation of what it means to us. In other words, we have no theory, a purpose to begin development of theological understanding of bullshit, mainly by proving some tentative and exploratory philosophical analysis. I shall not consider the rhetorical uses of misuse of bullshit. My aim is to simply to give a rough account of what bullshit is and how it differs from what it is not, or putting it somewhat differently, to articulate more or less sketchily the structure of its concept. I read that whole fucking book. It was fun.
I'm sure.
But since that book was such a hit, the motherfucker came back and did a part 2.
Ah, jeez.
What is it called? On Truth. Because since you discover what bullshit is in a book, why not figure out what the truth is? And that's what he did. He came back and did a thicker book on the truth. I thought that was genius. I read both of these. I had fun with it. It was hilarious to me. Hilarious. But that's the fun of fucking reading. You can find some stuff that you wasn't even looking for and have some fun with it. I got a quote underlined in this motherfucker right now, too. Managing risk of optimism against and reasonable for us to expect. In other words, it makes it possible for us to, at least up to a point, to know your way around. I really feel like I should read some of this. Let's see. I'll give y'all a little bit of the introduction, like the last one. So this is On the Truth by this dude, right? Not very long ago, I published an essay on bullshit entitled On Bullshit, Princeton University Press, 2005. In that essay, I offered a provisional analysis of the concept of bullshit. That is, I specify the conditions that I considered to be both necessary and sufficient for applying the concept correctly. My claim was that bullshitters, although they represent themselves as being engaged simply in conveying information, are not engaged in that enterprise at all. Instead, and most essentially, they are fakers and phonies who are attempting, by what they say, to manipulate the opinions and the attitudes of those to whom they speak. Sounds like copycat content creators, doesn't it?
A little bit.
I'm just saying, Cat Williams was on something this week. I should
Mhm.
underline that shit because it had. This is why you go back and read things, because it has different context as time has gone on. This has that little bit of an introduction has more context right now at this moment than it did when I read it back in 2008. I'm telling you, this is crazy. What they care about primarily, therefore, is whether what they say is effective in accomplishing the manipulation. Correspondingly, they are more or less indifferent to whether what they say is true or whether it is false. In that book, I also addressed a number of other issues. I explored the distinctions, which is fundamentally important, though generally left unexamined, between bullshit and lies. I made a few tentative suggestions concerning how to account for the extraordinary prevalence and persistence of bullshit in others in our culture. And I argue that bullshitting constitutes a more insidious threat than lying does to the conduct of civilized life. It's a good book. It's good fun. I might have to read that again just to get my 30 fucking giggles out. 50 fucking chuckles. Shout out to Cat Williams. So that's the 2 books. That's the 2 books. But that's the kind of stuff that I pulled out of my storage because I wanted to consolidate all my books and stuff like that back into one place. And sure enough, going down that rabbit hole and looking at all that stuff brought me back to some stuff that I might have forgotten about.
Oh yeah.
But I still have it. It's been in my head. It's in there. So in essence, I have forgotten more than some people actually fucking know. Like, what the hell is that? This is why I got to do an unboxing video so y'all can see all of this shit. So you would see something like this and like, do you even know what that is?
Oh.
It says Vampire Hunter D, Meyer Link. What does that mean to you? Who is Meyer Link? Well, I can tell you. I'll show you.
You see me reaching back here, right? Right behind me.
No, I didn't have you on the screen. Yep, there you go. You got Bloodlust right there on the right, right? Okay. If y'all go, use your Google fingers and Google Vampire Hunter D. Bloodlust. Meyer Link, you will see who Meyer Link is. And one of the pictures that you should see come up, if you look at the pictures, should be the statue. It's not the statue. I'll put it up there. There we go. There we go. There it is. There we go. There's the picture. Let's open that in a new tab. Do it like that there. And then we go here to the sharing the screen situation. And then bam. That's the statue that's in that box.
Ooh.
He said, ooh.
Yeah, you got to get like I told you, get that nice glass case in the corner of your
Yep.
living room. Remember what I talked about, that left corner?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you put. Yeah, you put that in that case. That's what you do.
Yep.
Yep.
You're exactly right.
That is
I didn't
sexy.
disagree with you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That is the statue that's in that box, y'all. And shout out to Two Triv. Yeah, I like Tall Geese too. I forget that. Tall Geese 3 was my shit. I bought like 3 models of that Tall Geese and I painted 2 of them. Like that Tall Geese, like them fucking long legs and shit. Tall Geese, man, meant some business, nigga. The big shoulder pads and shit. What am I like to say? Bowen Designs, cool sculptor. Yeah, he is a good sculptor. He's a very good sculptor. He does some classic comic book sculptures. Should always sold. Billy Zane did an okay job in the movie. Yeah, he did an okay job because Billy Zane actually was a fan of the comic. He actually went back and read some of the comic shit. Because the Phantom is one of those characters like the Iron Fist. It passes from person to person. There's always a Phantom, but it's always within a certain family line. I used to die laughing off of Gundam. What's coming this way is a table. No, it's a Gundam. Oh, yeah. It's a fucking hell. Vampire Hunter D is my first horror anime. Yeah, I wouldn't even consider that really a horror anime. I wouldn't consider that a horror anime. It was just a vampire out there dealing with some fucking creatures and shit. He was dealing with the world as it fell apart. The vampires took over. He was just chilling. I cut these motherfuckers down sometimes. Like you gotta trim the population, motherfucker. The Dun Peel hunter. Yeah. He is the Dun Peel. He is the Daywalker. Vampire Hunter D is why you have Blade the way he is. When Wesley Snipes did Blade. That's why. He turned Blade into a Vampire Hunter D character. Daywalker, Dun Peel, it means the same thing. Person, a vampire that can walk around in the daylight, which Vampire Hunter D does all the time. He was a little weaker, but he could still stand out in the sunlight, nigga. He wasn't worried about that shit. Too much of it, though, would fuck him up. So, yeah, that's some of the stuff that's in there. But the main one that's in there that I'm really looking forward to pulling back out is this one. This is the one I really feel like I should do an unboxing for. I didn't have to ask anybody, should I do it? I just know that if I pull this statue out the box, some of you geeks need to see this shit to understand me a little bit better and what collecting some of this shit is about. That was my crown jewel statue after I bought the Blade, I bought the Blade statue first, the Wesley Blade statue first. Then this one was the crown jewel in that collection. This Vampire Hunter D statue, which is, I'm thinking, is actually going to come up a little bit shorter than my Black Panther, my Chadwick Boseman Black Panther statue. But that's just because of Sideshow, different era. But for the 90s, this statue was $200 something. And it's a full body statue of Vampire Hunter D because I like that character. Sword in hand and everything. This is the one I really got to check in the box and make sure ain't nothing fucked up. I've been waiting to display that motherfucker. And the reason I never displayed it because I never had a glass case like JT is talking about to display it properly. Because once you take something like that out, you don't want to be dusting that motherfucker all the time. You'll break something.
And that's my problem right now. I gotta dust my shit like every couple months because I just have my figures all on like a bookshelf.
Yep. Collects a lot of dust. Yeah,
yep. I gotta dust. Every once in a while, I sit down and thoroughly take each one off the shelf and just dust them. And we're looking at like I do it like each shelf at a time. It's like I'm looking at it now. 1, 2, 3. It's about 5 shelves. I gotta go through, and it's like about what 20 figures on each shelf. Yep. It's a whole project.
It's a
You
project.
know what? It's fun though. You got to take care of your stuff, your maintenance.
You got to.
That's your geek, your geek health moment. Where like on a Friday night, you ain't got shit going on. Fuck it, I'm gonna just dust all my figures. Give me some good alcohol. Sit here, and just dust these motherfuckers.
Look, my thing is the more articulate, the more detailed the statue, the more you're gonna have to dust it, or you're gonna have to invest in some canned air and start just blowing motherfuckers off, because I like detail, and detail is a pain in the ass to get down there and dust it. That's part of your care and maintenance of the stuff that you say you like. It's not just enough to have it and throw it on a shelf and let it get dusty and all fucked up and faded and everything else. No, that's not showing that you care about that shit at all. Caring about it is anytime somebody come over, like, that motherfucker is clean. This nigga dust. What's your side job? Housekeeping? Like, no, this is how you show you care about shit. I wouldn't have it this fucking long if I was one of these people that everything was old if it was from 2 years ago and throw it away. I'm not that kind of fucking geek. So this motherfucker will be cared for just like my Black Panther that actually sits out. JT, you seen it? It sits out in the doorway, nigga. This is Garden Wakanda. Right? He is dusted weekly. If I put out,
you gotta dust the king.
You gotta dust the king, right? If I put out my Din Djarin Mandalorian statue, it will be dusted often. Same thing as this when I put it out. Same thing as the Blade statue when I put it out.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and I live in California, so trust me, it's gonna be on the shelf. It can't fall over all. But a glass case, that's in the works. To look for a good one that I want. That's what I told Artie Idmore too. Artie Idmore got a shitload more statues to be, but I'm more selective on the shit that I buy. Right? And I had kids. So I wasn't just throwing money at every goddamn thing that I saw. I only put it against things that I really saw value in. That Blade statue is one of a limited number. That Vampire Hunter D statue is one of a limited number.
Oh, 100%.
Black Panther statue is one of a limited number. These are not things that you can run back out and fucking buy.
Nope.
No. That means it immediately went up in price as soon as I bought it. Same thing as I forgot I got 2 Black Panther statues. One bigger than the other one, but that sideshow one and then that other one, that Kotobukiya one, that was expensive too. That's where geeks hide their money, y'all. That's where geeks hide their money. Swords, weapons, and shit like that. Statues, expensive comics and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of low key tempted to like turn this camera around and go through my collection, but nah.
Yeah, I know what you're telling yourself. Every time this fool adds something to it, he sent me a picture of like, he got it all set up. Like, this motherfucker, damn, he got that one.
You don't even know. I ain't sent you a picture in a minute. Like, you ain't seen my Guardians, have you?
You got the whole squad. You know the one you don't have. I'm waiting to see if you buy.
Who?
That Supernova Guardian Nebula.
Oh, hell no. I don't do what-if figures. Okay, I take that back. I do have a Captain Carter figure. Let me shut up. So I do technically have a one what-if figure.
Look, that's the thing. I don't have a problem with Captain Carter.
No, I don't either. But I heard your whole show. I was doing other stuff. I know we're not going to retread that. I've literally been listening like all day. But so I take that back. I do have one what-if figure. So I got to correct myself. Otherwise, I don't do what-if like that.
Yeah, no. Captain Carter is a cool enough idea on a character. That'd be no different.
Yeah, but they doing too much.
What if Bruce wasn't Batman first? Dick Grayson was Batman first. Now, it's fine, right? It can exist. You'll rock with that for a minute, right? But the way they used it, you can't rock with that. The way they used it in the second season, you can't rock with that. Yeah, you got to dust off the king, man. You can't have the Black Panther head looking all dusty and shit like that. No, man, no. You better get that. Look, I brought some found some canned air in storage. I brought that shit home with me for that reason specifically. Because one thing I know, because I'm a nerd as well as a geek, I need canned air for my computer.
Yep.
Water, dust, and magnets is your 3 enemies of your fucking computer. So you need to dust your shit because it will fuck up your hard drive. That's why you have fans on your shit. Keep it cool, keep dust out of it. But also, I need that shit to spray my statue so I can dust my statue. Because every day I come in the door, I look right at him. I'm like, "What's up, King?" I'm like, "What's up?" I had to take you off here, man. Panther needs a little dusty, Chadwick. We gotta clean you up, homie. Good, dusty.
No,
King.
I will get up and grab one of my new editions.
Here we go. So you got his ass out there. Ain't no 40-year-old virgins here. I don't.
Fuck no.
No, ain't no 40-year-old virgins here. I got whole kids.
Now I'm not gonna turn my thing around, but I will just pull up my newest edition because this was supposed to come out in February, but I saw it on Amazon earlier and said, "Oh shit, Merry Christmas!" And so you know who my homie is, right? My favorite superhero of all time.
I think so. Let me see.
So
I'm about to bring your ass up. Oh yeah, Daredevil, of course. Why did I say I didn't know? Because I had that alcohol. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get you on a solo shot. There we go.
So
yeah.
So I mean, you know me. I already have the Netflix Daredevil figure. I've had that for like years, but that's like out of print now. You gotta like pay money to get that. I'm like, damn. But the straight up Matt Murdock just came out. So I had to get this.
Yeah. JT love figures. He love his action figures, nigga. And they be standing. You can see his background. They standing up.
That's mostly the anime behind me, but yeah.
Yep.
So.
But his anime collection is ridiculous.
Actually, well, I mean, I smooth my chair over, I guess. Yeah, I can see a little bit, I guess.
Oh, nice. You know what I found, though, too, JT? I should show you the box for that shit because I thought it'd be a huge deal.
Got my Din Djarin and Grogu right here.
There you go. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Let's see. Oh, here it is. I did find it. Awesome.
Show and tell.
Awesome. You did find a picture of it. It looks a lot shittier in these pictures, though. Damn, that's fucked up.
Well, what is it?
I'm trying to find one picture that actually looks decent so I can put it up there and show you guys.
Oh, put something up. You just got me just taking up the whole screen like it's my show.
Oh, you're up there by yourself. My bad. Hold on one second.
I'm like, oh, am I supposed to be talking right now or something? Should I just go through these figures or something? I don't know.
No, all right. Yeah. You on solo layout. All right. So this is another statue that's in that box of my treasure trove statues.
Ooh.
Yeah. The Colossus, the Ultimate Colossus bust. I like Ultimate Colossus. I liked his look. It wasn't all segmented up. He was just smooth. It was like fucking skin. But these pictures of how the statue looks outside of the box looks like shit.
Now, Ultimate X-Men, what a journey that was. I'm sure you know how this version of Colossus was, openly gay, and Nightcrawler had a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Nightcrawler was like, "Oh no, I can't be messing with you because no."
Yeah, I can't fuck with him.
Oh, was like, wow, okay.
Over there, wow.
They were doing too much.
Tushy, it's an armored tissue, boy.
But that look was really cool.
Yeah, the look was awesome.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the statue. I had that statue of Colossus. That cool. I saw in a box. Is like I forgot about that motherfucker. Like, oh shit, that's a cool one. Not to mention my G.I. Joe bust of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow and shit. I got some shit. Got some shit. Great geek cred is over 9,000. Wow, nigga.
You were talking about like old school anime and stuff, early on the stream, educating some of the youngins here. Like, I wonder how many people are still watching right now, because my question would be if they even know who this is.
Oh shit, I do. My son even knows who that is. He fell in love with that character.
And this is the
That's
version
what he's
from
gonna name
80.
it.
This is the one from 87.
He was gonna name his son, his daughter.
Oh gosh, she's dusty.
Character.
I can't be putting her up on the screen. It's dusty.
Okay,
But
we can't see the dust. Hold on a second.
all right.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck that is? That'll test your geekdom right there.
But yeah, oh for sure. But now she kind of dusty. I'm kind of embarrassed. I gotta dust her off.
Yeah, that's fine. It is what it is. And 40-year-old version. He worked at a
Yeah, he did get rich.
like a Circuit City. He wasn't necessarily broke. He had just spent all his stuff on expensive geek shit. But when he got with that chick, she got him to sell all his shit. That's why I don't like that movie. Got him to sell all that shit and get all the money for all of that shit to help take care of her and her fucking kids. That's bullshit.
That's true. He did have like 2 kids.
That's some sim shit. Yeah, that's some sim shit. Now, the reason I don't like that is because I've been a geek for a long time, and a lot of my geek friends are white dudes. I've seen every one of them have to go through that shit. The woman that comes along that gets with them that they want when they really want to get married wants them to sell all their geek shit. And I think that's one of the most egregious things that I've seen, because if you like this dude because he's weird like this, why the fuck do you want to get with him and make him give up all of that shit?
No. Because
they go for dominance, nigga. You need to have nothing but them. That's a problem. That is a problem. That's why I don't. So that's the 40-year-old version is a funny movie. You got Kevin Hart in it. You got Steve Carell. You got a bunch of comedians in it that are funny. It's a funny movie, but I never agreed with that shit. He sold all of his shit to help her. Fuck you. Look, man, she a 2-time loser at that shit and divorced. The fuck? Why you sell all your shit to take care of her and her kids?
Nah.
Nigga, go sell your ass.
Now, what you do is you get with her and it's like, okay, y'all move in together, you get a house and whatever. Just give that man his one room. That's it. Just give that man his one room where he can set his stuff up, and then don't have it around the house per se, because you know what I mean. But like if he has his room where it's all displayed the way he wants, he'd be fine.
Yeah. Look, my understanding as being a grown-ass man who was married and how married couples work, or how marriages can work, a man has to have his own place, right?
Yep.
He can have a house. He can have a house for the wife and the kids and the family and all that shit, right? No matter how big or how small. He needs to have one room that's his. He needs to have a chair that's his in the living room, his place at the fucking dinner table, and his own place where he can have his own shit. Be it the garage, be it a study, be it the spot in the den, it don't fucking matter. There needs to be at least one space in that home that is his. Everybody else can have the rest of the goddamn house and figure out their own space. But men are territorial, and he needs at least his own territory inside of his castle that's just his. Nobody else goes in there. Nobody else is necessarily welcome. This is where his spot is. When I designed my dream home, I designed that one spot. Oh, yeah, that's my girl right there.
I'm only pulling this up because you still got me like it's my show. So I'm just going to pull up obscure figures.
Yeah. Armitage the Third. I couldn't remember it back the other day. Another stream, I was talking about all these female cyborg shits, and I couldn't remember. I couldn't think of her name, but I named off a bunch of shit, and I was thinking of her. Armitage the Third. Yeah.
Naomi Armitage.
Naomi Armitage, boy.
And the crazy thing about it is the whole thing with the first Armitage movie, the Thirds, why all of her type, the specific model, the thirds, were being hunted and like murdered in the first place was
Right.
because remember they could actually give birth, right?
They could give birth. There were cyborgs that could give birth.
Talk about stealing shit. Was that not the plot point used in Blade Runner 2049?
Yes. Yes. That's why I say none of this shit. Some of this stuff is not new, y'all. You have to go back to the original. I can accept the new Blade Runner, like, oh, this is the problem.
Oh no, it's a good movie, but yeah,
it's a
but
good
that was
movie,
Armitage's plot.
I know where it came from a little bit. Oh, I can't even see me on the screen. Yeah, I know where it came from.
Yeah, exactly.
I know where the idea came from. It's fine. It's fine. You did your dizzle with it because I like Denis Villeneuve, right?
Oh yeah, great.
Your dizzle with it, but I know where that idea came from, and that came from fucking anime.
It came from Armitage. Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That came from Armitage. So yeah, that's my girl, Naomi. I like the name Naomi. That's one of my favorite female names.
Mm-hmm.
Not because I call her fucking Nene like some white folks. No.
What? That's a thing. Okay, I'm not going into that.
You don't have to say it on here, but you know my daughter's real name. Motherfuckers was trying to call her that shit, and the person that was trying to call her I didn't get that shit at all. Oh, Nene, you don't call no fucking name.
Not family either.
Not my fucking daughter. Hell no. Don't call her that shit. She ain't answering to that. Fucking way of hell, Nene. It sounds too close to shit. Nene. Fuck you.
Yep, a little bit.
When he said, hell, even Bill Cosby had the basement because traditionally men always did have one spot. Now, when he got up towards the 90s and 2000, what they started doing is trying to infantilize your ass as men and downgrade your status of having your own place in the house and start calling it man caves and shit. That's when you having your friends and y'all hanging out, it had to be considered a bromance. These are all terms that shame you for doing what men naturally do and having what men naturally fucking have. If you're a single man and you're a homeowner, do they call your home the man cave? Because traditionally it was called a bachelor pad, which means you knew certain things were in there. One, apparently there's a lot of pussy going in and out of there. And you don't keep a lot of food in the refrigerator because you're usually out. When you come home, you banging something out or kicking it with your homeboys. There would probably be a pool table there.
That's the dream,
some good alcohol, place where you can smoke some cigars, kick back, maybe a pool. What was that old Cat Williams joke to give a shout out to him? I don't drink no motherfucking Alizé, but bitches do. Why he got Alizé at his house? Because bitches drink Alizé, and he bring bitches over.
Exactly.
So there you go. But towards the 90s, they start trying to shame you fucking men into being men, and that's when they start calling it a cave, bromances, all this goofy shit to shame you for what you were supposed to naturally do anyway, which hang with other dudes and have a place of your own, have your own space.
Now, while I don't agree with what this character ultimately ended up doing, an example of this is Jason Bateman's character in Juno, because he was married to I
didn't watch Juno. I didn't see it.
Oh no,
Juno.
That's a good Ellen Page movie. That's good.
That's what everybody tells me. I
love that movie, but it's like Jason Bateman's character. He's married to Jennifer Gardner in that movie, and he does music, but all of his stuff has been regulated to like one room in the house, but not in a good way at all. You could tell she liked him when they were younger, like what he was into, but like eventually was like, yeah, get rid of that shit. So the house is all pristine and she has control clearly over everything. And his stuff is relegated to one room. But again, like I said, not in a good way where it's in a respectful manner. And you can see like he's going through some shit, but unfortunately, the way his character plays out, he's not a great person. But just that whole kind of setup of her kind of running that house and his stuff being regulated to like one room in a bad way, and him still kind of liking what he wants, but her kind of being uptight. You know, it's kind of fits this conversation a little bit, like that example a little bit. So, like I said, what his character ultimately ends up doing is not great, but just that setup of his character with his wife, you're kind of like, yeah, this dude is definitely like, she tried to change him, and he's kind of losing himself and kind of wants to keep certain elements. Again, he takes it too far, but yeah.
I was watching last night, like before I went to bed.
Dang, Malika, it wasn't that bad. What you see what Malika said?
Malika go in, dude.
I'm like, it wasn't that bad.
It's a different age group. Malika is like me. Malika is a Gen Xer. You seeing it a little bit differently. Fuck that. Like, that's why I haven't seen it. It's like, this is about the chick getting teenage pregnancy, right? Yeah, I wasn't a fan of teenage pregnancy.
But like Juno herself as a character, thinking back to the movie, she wasn't that problematic. It was like, yeah, she got pregnant, but like, you know, like, it wasn't. Now, had that movie been made now, oh no, it'd be worse. But this movie was made like in 2008, so it was still relatively balanced. You know what I mean? Like, because J.K. Simmons was dope in that movie. He was like, yeah, like him, and even her, even her stepmom, Juno's stepmom, was just like, because like Juno always was like antagonistic with her, because she's like, oh, it's my stepmom, like F her, I don't care, and she would do like petty shit to her. But even then, it was like stepmom was just like, no, this is my daughter. She's pregnant. I'm gonna take care of her and help her through this process. Even when they go to the doctor being all judgy, stepmom got up in that doctor's ass, and it was like, like Juno was like, "Oh shit, Brenda. Okay, all right." Like, yeah, no, it's like we family, you know. But yeah, no, if it would have been made now, oh no. It would have probably been terrible. but it's funny because Michael Cera's character is the one who knocked her up. And his character, like, he's on a track team, you know, he's well liked, but he's still like a geek, right? So when they found out it was him who knocked her up, like, people would be like, really? He got it. He had that in him? Well, good for him. I mean, I guess, but wait a minute, it's him?
Got pregnant by him? Ugh.
Basically, it was pretty funny.
So, movie I watched last night was, I hadn't seen it in a while. And every time I watch this movie, it's like late at night. And I watched American Beauty. I got a different appreciation for American Beauty watching it now at this age.
Yeah.
That shit was actually like strangely on point in some ways. Like, damn, I relate to this completely different. But how it relates is Lester, that's how he was in his house. That whole big, beautiful house that they had and shit like that with Annette Bening being the wife. She was the one, she was the problem. That shit was not for him. She was bitching and fussing about everything in there. He didn't even have a place for himself in there. When he finally started breaking out of that doldrums he was in as a man, that's when he started staying most of his time in the fucking garage, and nobody would go in there. And he'd be in there smoking weed and working out, listening to the music he liked and shit. Because all the rest of the house, the fucking women ran that shit. And he just sat there, meek and humble and hunched over at the dinner table.
You need a balance.
Let them say whatever they want. They do whatever they want to. I'm just here. It wasn't a problem until we started bucking against that shit and started going to fuck off. Like, man, can you pass the asparagus? No. Can you pass the asparagus, please? Shut up! They went and got that shit, sat back down, and she said, threw that shit against the wall. You won't interrupt me again, honey. I'm like,
nah.
You're not on the table. This asparagus, and you're going to interrupt me. I was talking. But Kevin Spacey has two roles like that I fucking love. That one in American Beauty, and the second one in The Ref, when he is dressing down the family and his mama and finally stands up to his mother and his wife and start destroying the fucking Christmas tree with the fireplace poker. Excuse me. The corpse has the floor. He started going in, boy. He started ripping everybody a new one. I was like, oh shit.
Oh damn.
That's why it's my favorite Christmas movie.
Well, good luck finding that movie now.
Oh shit, I own it.
No. Because yeah, we have physical media, but no. But I mean, streaming. Good luck, because he's canceled. So
Shit.
good luck finding that movie streaming.
Look, we're gonna fix that shit right now. I'm gonna indoctrinate all you bitches. Because I told y'all, the ref. I don't do the cancel shit. Like, people are who people are, right?
I mean,
I thought it
like
was funny.
my whole
Make it
thing. Yeah, no, my whole thing is, you know what? I guess at this point, I'm just like, just be consistent. Okay, you go counsel somebody. Well, everybody else who's doing exactly what that person is doing, if not worse, then cancel them too. Be consistent. Like, I still like, we know Jonathan Majors is gone, but has there been an official statement about Ezra being out? No,
no,
but
and it will be.
that shit was clearly documented months ago. So,
Yeah,
like, I'm fine, Jonathan. Okay, fine, but you get rid of Ezra too, and get rid of like everybody else. Oh no, you seem to really focus on Jonathan, but Ezra, like, where's the statement from WB? Like, we know, I'm sorry, I'm giving them some respect. We know they are out, but there's been no official statement. And I'm just like, okay, no. Say that Ezra is gone, cancel Ezra. Amber Heard, sort of, but make more of a point, but just be consistent about it. That's all I'm saying. Don't just harp on like one person. That's my thing. Because they seem like they went for Jonathan Majors. Regardless of if
they
he's a
did.
toxic person or not, y'all still went after him hardcore more than arguably other people. So you get him, you got the evidence, fine. Jonathan sucks, fine, get rid of him. But give it to everybody else too. That's all I'm saying.
Well, see, that's the whole point. They didn't have a fucking evidence of shit besides sticking the woman back in the fucking car. What is it evidence is this motherfucker beating feet from this fucking chick and her chasing them down the goddamn street. Like, that's some embarrassing shit. That is some embarrassing shit.
I don't know.
All right. So
Just be consistent with it. That's all I'm saying.
okay, let's see. This is 3 minutes, so I'm gonna have to talk over this so I don't get
Yeah,
in
everything.
trouble. But this is one of my favorite Christmas movies. The Ref, one of my favorite comedians, Dennis Leary. And I like Kevin Spacey as an actor. Kevin Spacey is a great actor. All the other dumb shit he did look, it's his business. Y'all want to be mad at his ass for that shit? Be mad. But look, I can't go back in time and start prosecuting people for everything. I don't have that kind of power. And nobody would give a shit if I did. That's why I know I never had that kind of power. But this is the scene. Well, let me put up my little coverings. This is the scene in the Ref where everybody is actually dumping on this dude at Christmas in front of the tree while they're supposed to be doing presents and shit, right?
That's some
And the
BS.
wife is just complaining about how terrible he was as a husband and why she cheated on him, right? Which is all bullshit because the wife is a fucking airhead, right? And this is him finally coming into his own and standing up for himself because everybody believes that Dennis Leary's character Gus is actually their therapist. They believe he's their therapist. So they're going along with him getting all this shit out like it's part of the therapy. But no, what you see is a person fucking finally cracking and having enough. Finally having enough. So she just went off on him. He listened to all that shit. He sat there and drank his liquor and listened to what she had to say. And now he's giving his rebuttal to this shit.
Get on with your career in the service industry. Let's set the record straight. Because I don't want you leaving with any misunderstandings. Maybe you're right. Maybe I was afraid. Maybe I can't take failure. That's probably true. And maybe it's because the decision was all up to me. It was always all up to me. You were so afraid of being wrong, you never made it sure.
Now, does that or does that not sound like the typical male-female relationship even today? What were we just talking about with Star Wars, right?
Mm.
People make decisions, they worked out, but now they want to come along and make some other decisions that don't work. And it's like, well, it's all your fault. Why is it my fault when you did some dumb shit? Oh, because I have to be the one to carry the responsibility. Got you. So you're not a leader.
Choice. At least you made it look that way.
What does that mean?
If you recall, my first response to my mother's offer to live here was absolutely not.
Lie.
Absolutely not. You think about it. We were sitting in our bedroom on 78th Street. We were smoking a joint and listening to Al Green, and I said, absolutely not.
I'm sorry, but I have had enough. I have never heard of such a Christmas. Sex and drugs and women being set on fire. I'm taking my
Connie,
children
that's it.
upstairs with
Sit
me
down
now.
and shut up. Okay? Sit down and shut up.
Come on, kids.
Now, this is Dennis Leary. This is part of what his comedy was. Just being really abrasive to people up front in their face, telling them what the fuck it is. The reason why it was so big in the 90s because a lot of people weren't doing this. Dennis Leary was a white comedian being real blue with motherfuckers. I think you hear me knocking, and you know what I'm saying, right? He would go off.
We're going upstairs. Gary?
I think this is more important.
Well,
Handpicked.
I think this is sick.
Connie, honey, right now, nobody
Nobody
really cares what
cares
you
what you
think.
You've not defended me once.
Now that's Gary finally speaking up. He's a yes man for his wife. And he finally said something to her in this environment of him getting everybody getting to actually speak their fucking mind. He finally grew a pair and said, honey, nobody cares what you think. Like, holy shit. Even Gary grew a set of balls today.
If you don't mind, the corpse still has the floor. I told you what moving here could mean, but you were the one who said we should consider it. Not the actual moving, just the considering. The actual moving in part was left to me. Why? Because you didn't know what to do. You were confused. You didn't know what was the right thing. But you were sure as hell sick and tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment in New York City. So don't hand me that it was the best of times bullshit. You didn't want to work anymore, and you didn't want any help with the baby because you wanted to do it all by yourself. And you hated New York because we weren't as rich as your college friends were to enjoy it. We couldn't afford a bigger place. And you were miserable being around people who could. And we were up to our ears in debt. But moving here was my decision. Right.
See how he went in on that shit? This is what happens when you sit back and listen to people just spill their bullshit. And then eventually you just let them have it about what the actual story fucking was. That wife had been running with that narrative forever. Bitching, spinning this fucking yarn, just like you hear KK spit. Oh, it's all misogyny, it's all this, was so hard, all the rest of the shit. But the only person in the room that ain't had a chance to actually speak and say what the fuck it was about was the dude. And when he do, everybody feelings hurt all of a sudden. Like, oh, how could you say such things? Because it's the fucking truth. And that's why it hurt. Hit dogs holler.
And the loan was the same
What
situation.
difference does any of this make now? You're getting a divorce.
Mother,
What?
is it possible for you to shut the fuck up for 10 seconds?
Lloyd,
That's the first time he told off his mama in this whole shit. He's a yes man to his mother, the same way his brother Gary is a yes man to his wife. They've been emasculated. This is a man reasserting his own masculinity.
Yep.
don't talk to me like that in my own house.
This is my favorite line right here. Watch his eyes. This is acting, but he mean that shit.
You know what I'm going to get you next Christmas? A big wooden cross. So every time you feel unappreciated for all your sacrifices, you can climb on up and nail yourself to it.
Damn.
Gary,
Yo, who's the screenwriter for
Get my
this?
bag. I'm leaving.
Oh, go get him yourself. He's not your errand boy.
Has everyone gone nuts? Who the hell do you think you are?
Matriarch.
Slipper socks. Medium.
Yo. Damn.
That shit was hilarious, dude. I saw that in the theaters when it opened. Me and my buddy Sleep in the theaters in Richmond, in Hilltop, watching that shit, howling in the theater.
Damn.
Oh, this motherfucker went off. And then everybody start going off. That whole line about the slipper socks, everybody's kissing up to the mama, the grandmother, because she got all the money. But she got the money from her husband. Husband died. So now she got all the money. Everybody kissing her ass to be in her good graces. You want to understand what that looked like in a contemporary context? Watch Violent Night, because it was the same thing in that movie with that woman. Everybody was kissing up to her because she had all the money, right? It happens in black families too. You know, Big Mama. Big Mama, but you never hear about Big Daddy, who died and left her all that shit, the houses and all that stuff. So everybody kissing her ass, but she cheap as shit. Charged them interest on loans, like a loan shark and shit like that. Really, really just keep them under her thumb. And that chick, she don't necessarily like, even though she's married to her husband, married to her son. So what does she do? For Christmas, she gave her some fucking slipper socks. And that's why she got to get her dig in at her ass too. Get my coat, I'm leaving. He's not your errand boy. Who the hell are you? Slipper socks, medium. That's who the fuck you think I am. That's who the fuck I am. That shit was hilarious, dude. That's one of my favorite Christmas movies to watch every year because that shit is classic. Classic. And that scene where Kevin Spacey goes close to, I want to say her name is Judi Dench, but I don't think that's her right name.
Nah.
No, that's not her name. But he gets close to her face and tells her that shit. That's some real shit coming out of Kevin Spacey. He looked intimidating as fuck, but he did that same thing in American Beauty too. He did that same thing at the dinner table scene when he went off on Annette Bening ass. He got real dark and real cold in his eyes and just told him some real harsh shit. You climb yourself up and nail yourself to it. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly, Malika. Your husband ain't dead. He hiding. I know loan sharks who are more forgiving. Your husband ain't dead, lady. He's hiding.
Damn. So I'm just now looking at the comments. Yo, Malika, you really hate Juno, huh? Damn. So Jennifer Garner's character, yes, was insufferable. But like Juno wasn't that bad. What the hell, dude? Jennifer Garner was the worst. And I think that's just how she is in real life, which is why Kevin Smith was always like, yeah, once her and Ben got together, we couldn't be friends anymore. So that's just Jennifer Garner being Jennifer Garner, which is terrible. But Juno wasn't that bad, bro. Juno herself, her character was fine. Damn.
Malika don't be fucking around.
Damn, dude. Now Juno the character, I can defend. Juno the character. Jennifer Garner's character, oh no, she was pretty bad in that movie. No.
American Beauty was a red pill flick before its time. It was.
Damn.
Like that shit nowadays, it was. It was. It actually helped me put some stuff in the context that I was thinking about recently. It's like, that actually makes some sense. That actually makes some kind of fucking sense. Like, I didn't remember. This is why I watched the movie again. This is why I watched American Beauty again. I didn't remember who killed Lester. I knew he died at the end. I didn't remember who killed him. I didn't remember who did it. And then watching it again last night, I got to the point of understanding how there was a gun around in 3 different hands. One of these people involved in the story about him was going to kill his ass. Because you have to remember, the story is narrated from his point of view.
Sure.
And he says he's dead. He dies this day. So you know it's leading up to him being killed.
Yep.
You just don't know who did it. And he doesn't know who did it either because they shot him in the back of the head. But everybody in there is a good actor. Everybody in that motherfucker is a good actor. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But when he does finally get killed, it's fucked up how it happens, being that it was some dude with some, which is one of my theories about serial killers, with some unreleased male on male desires, some rejected. Look, JT, look like you ain't watched it in a while, huh? You ain't seen it in a while, have you?
Wait, what? Who?
You know who killed him, right?
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
I'm not trying to ruin the end of the movie.
Yeah, no, I got you. That's what took me a second to okay, yeah, because no, we don't want to like if people haven't seen these movies yet, you're trying to, make it vague.
That shit was like, yeah. I would say this. It goes towards my theory on. I have my own theory on serial killers, with who they actually are,
okay,
and why they
right.
target the people that they target. So that shit was dark. It was like, oh damn, because I forgot who killed him. And then I watched the movie again. It's like, oh shit, got you.
Yep.
Got you. Makes sense. Totally makes sense. How you gonna live with that shit? Like, Jonathan Majors is be doing an interview tomorrow on Good Morning America. Yeah, they about to bump their numbers up for Good Morning America just to have Jonathan Majors on there and give his side of the story. He gave his side of the story. He just didn't get to talk much in court. What are you talking about? Christine Baranowski is banging low-key? Who the fuck is that? Let me look this bitch up.
Who?
Yeah, that came up when I was watching the ref clip. Oh, that's who I thought you were fucking talking about too. That's just who I thought you were talking about. So it's the chick, the slipper socks chick with the pointy nose. She low key banging. Okay. I don't agree, but okay. You'd have to tell me what is banging about her, because she always looked funny to me with that fucking nose.
Okay. Took me a second there.
Yeah, she always looked funny to me with that nose. But one thing the internet is good for, especially nowadays with celebrities, is having a lot of pictures up of their ass. So you can go back in time and find pictures of them when they were younger.
Oh, yep, I know exactly who this is.
Yeah. Not really. Not to me.
Have you seen Kate Beckinsale recently? She's like 50, and you're like, is she though?
Yes, I have seen Kate Beckinsale.
Like you go, no, because she was in that movie.
And Celine will still get it.
No, 100%. But like she was in that Prime movie called Jolt, and she's like 50 in that movie, and you're like, she does not look 50.
Yeah, I saw Jolt with that little heart condition shit. No. Kate Beckinsale me and Kate Beckinsale the same age, which is funny as fuck to me.
Like I'm on her Instagram, and I'm just like all the stuff she posts. I'm just like, what?
Yeah. Kate Beckinsale can still get it.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, 100%. Yes.
Where's that other picture? Because she did a little photo shoot when she turned 50. Had the little Playboy bunny outfit on and shit like that. It's like, God damn, Kate.
You can't be doing that, Kate. That's dangerous. You can't be doing that. Just like you, like accents. Accents do it for me. I can't.
Her leg's a little skinny right now, but Kate Beckinsale is not anything not worth looking at.
No. That's basically, you talking about Haley Atwell earlier. I'm like, that's Haley Atwell at like 50. I'm like, I can't with y'all. Like, I can't follow you women. I can't follow you women no more. I can't. I need to. I got to focus on me and get my life straight. I can't be focused on that.
Wait a minute. This is what I'm looking for. The 50th birthday party. Okay, here's.
Don't pull that up. I just said I can't. Oh my, I can't. I can't.
I think I can get in trouble.
You got the evil ass laugh too. I can't. I'm like, I can't with this.
It's just my laugh, man. It's just my laugh. Oh, the picture.
That ain't your laugh. That's the evil laugh. Because there's a meme that I saw that this dude, this other artist on like Facebook who I'm cool with, he posted this meme and it's like Dexter's dad laughing, looking evil, but the caption, Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory, but like the caption is laughs an evil nigga.
Yeah, that's Kate.
No, I'm like, why you do? I can't.
That's Kate Beckinsale on her 50th birthday party.
I don't need to see this. What are you doing?
I need to see it.
The Negro, look at it on your own time. No, don't
I've seen this picture before. I'm just sharing it for everybody else who didn't.
Who's still watching the show right now?
I don't know.
How many people we got? They don't deserve this.
A couple of people.
Who deserves this right now?
Look, Kate can still get it, dude.
Yeah, I know she can.
That's why I say I'm not. I like women, dude. I like women. Women are attractive to me. And
yes, we're both lesbians, okay? Jesus.
Yeah, huge fucking lesbians. Like, look, you just saw Haley in Mission Impossible. But there's dark-skinned women, there's pale-ass women, there's Pakistani, Arabian, Native American. There's all kind of women in this fucking world.
Don't get me started. Like,
it's fine.
We gotta talk about geek shit. What you doing?
This is geek shit.
What you talking about? Because don't get me started on Christina Hendricks. Just stop.
Oh shit. Yeah, well, we ain't talking about Firefly today, but yeah, Christina Hendricks can
curves, man. I'm just like, what's this woman?
She already knows. She can get it.
I can't. Like, I'm just.
That's why they put her in the show.
Like, what you doing? This is what
no,
like this is like Mad Men and everything else post Mad Men. Like, no.
There you go. There you go. Haley Atwell.
Jesus Christ, I can't.
Captain Carter. He said, I'm checking out the dog. Yeah, you checking out the dog. Dog looking up. And yeah, Rainfire, exactly. I was hating Adam Sandler in that Click movie. She had them little shorts on and shit like that. Like,
hey, Beckinsale.
My nigga. You was punching way above your weight class.
Every movie he's in, he's punching way above his weight class.
That would not have been your wife. Nigga.
Hell no.
No. You know goddamn better. Pick you. No, she was looking hot as shit in Click. That's why I know that movie, because my son wanted to see Click. That's the reason I even watched that fucking movie. And I saw her in that shit, like, oh, hell no. She should be in this. God damn. Yeah, Haley Atwell, nice looking. Got nice lips and shit, too. Like,
yeah, you gotta stop. You can't be having these British women up here, man. I can't. Like, I shouldn't be disclosing this, but them accents is my weakness, man. I can't. You can't be having these British chicks up here. You can't have Kate Beckinsale, Haley Atwell, Rona Mitra. You can't have none of them up here.
You can't have Rona Mitra up here at all.
And yet he proceeds to pull up Rona Mitra. That's clearly what he's doing right now.
No.
As he types.
No, that's not what I'm doing right now.
No, it's clearly what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing right now.
I'm
trying to bring some balance to the conversation.
Naomi Harris. You bringing up Naomi Harris? Bring up some black British chicks to balance this out, but British chicks nonetheless.
Y'all already know. Y'all already know the chick from that was in Moon Knight. You already know I fucking had social stalk her ass to find out who the fuck she was. She young too. I'm like, God damn, I'm sorry, but God.
Yep.
God damn. I'm on her Instagram. She on my Instagram. I see them pictures. It's the other one. This little lovey touch right here. That's Gia Scudellera. If you haven't seen Equalizer 3.
Oh shit! That's the. She didn't look like that in Equalizer 3.
No, the fuck she didn't. And
That's why I'm like, wait, I seen Equalizer. Wait,
it
who's
would have
this?
took away from the whole movie. Yeah,
I saw it with you.
Yeah. All of us was in there together. Even your pops was like, "Oh, goddamn."
Yeah. Like, what the hell?
I'm like, this is this chick.
Yep.
Okay. This is her with her hair down, nigga.
God damn it, Kurt. I can't. What you doing to me, Artisan, man? I can't.
Doing it to you, doing it to me.
Negro, I've been off for like 2 weeks. I officially go back to work tomorrow. I can't, man.
Man, look at that smile.
I keep having this in my brain, man. What you doing?
Oh my God. Look, I'm telling you, the whole movie changed as soon as she showed up on the screen. I'm like, who the fuck is that? And then she was speaking with that accent, and it's like, they got black Italians?
The fact that she's oh my
Italy?
God, Italian too. Like you just stop. Like British accents and Italian women are like my weaknesses. Like Artisan, you gotta stop.
Look, British accents, Italian is my weakness. I ain't found shit Italian I don't like. I got a couple of Italian female friends, nigga, for that reason alone. This motherfucker right here, even with a stone face, it's like, yeah, she can get it. Box of brains or dots. Put them up.
Okay. I'm about to,
Put them up. Put them up.
I'm about to turn this off for a second.
Yeah. Like, oh no. Look at that shit, nigga. Look, bro. If I could bag something like that, I'd disappear. Exactly, Rainfire. Who cooks for you? Exactly. That was like the best line I heard in that movie. Like, God damn, this is shit that motherfuckers don't do nowadays. Who cooks for you? You can give me whatever the fuck you feel like right now. I'm just telling you, I like women. Women come in a lot of different colors. So I'm not hating. I am not color struck like that. I was not born into that kind of world. Sorry. Half Italian girlfriend back in the day. Yeah, okay. I haven't found shit Italian I don't like. Have it. My favorite sports car is Italian. Ferrari. Testarossa. I might hold on. I need to.
Yo, we gotta get back on some geek stuff, Artisan. What you doing, man? You wait, why you doing this to me?
I don't know. I'm saving this.
You know, I popped up. You know, I ain't seen you over the holidays. You know, I popped up on your stream to chill and kick it, and you up here torturing me right now, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I saw you turned off your camera for a hot minute so you can save yourself. Wipe the sweat off your face.
What the hell, man?
Look, man, it's not my fault. It is not my fault.
It's not your fault?
It is not my fault. Look. It is what the hell it is, man.
Who are you bringing about, Jesus Christ? You
It
can't.
is what the hell it is.
You gotta get this Italian woman. Yo, you need to get this Italian woman off here right now.
It is what the hell it is.
And you find like the cutest picture possible. What are you doing?
I'm telling you, the whole movie stopped when that motherfucker came on screen.
Yes, I know. Me too. Stop, man. Why are you torturing me?
Who is that? She really Italian? She over there? She live over there? I think I'm going.
Yes, she's Italian. Look at the history. The Moors, Negro, the Moors.
I'm going.
For all the people who don't know history out here, Moors, black people. That's why Italians look a certain way, and that's why you got some. I can't.
Yeah, you can like the Godfather all you want to, man. I'm looking for the God sister over here.
I can't, man. But you know what? I'm gonna bring something up that now I don't know if I should bring it up because this would result in a whole discussion. And this wasn't what you had planned for today. But you got me here. You tried to get me before, but you tried to have me talk about Yu Yu Hakusho live action.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
You
I'm
here?
here, but I don't know.
You
Like
here?
I feel like people got to pay for what I got to say. Since
They
I'm a
should, but motherfuckers ain't
since
want to
I
even pay me.
hold on. Since I got these motherfuckers up in my room, so Negroes probably got to pay for what I got to say. That's all I'm saying.
Look, I wanted you on here before to talk about that Yu Yu Hakusho because
busy.
I started watching it and I was into it a little bit, but I wanted to hear what you had to say back. Right?
So
Shout out to No One. I'm sorry.
right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Shout out to No One. He donated a while ago. I was about to say nobody ain't fucking really donated to this shit. But shout out to No One. He asked 2 in there. I'm sorry. Apologies, man. Let me know if I was overlooking you for a while.
Yo, support this man. This man is the
shout out to No One. He said 12:35. What the shit? Hours ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, that's on you.
Wow, that's on me. I was in the flow.
12:35.
Cherub looking motherfucker asking for early delivery. Fucking with you today, ain't they? Shout out to No One. I will give you that 3B. He said a cherub looking motherfucker. Y'all don't know what a cherub is. It's one of the choirs of angels. It's usually represented by a little baby with fat face. So No One, you know what he do? He makes some deliveries. He's a package man. He said he got a cherub looking motherfucker who wants some early deliveries. Yeah, fat face fuck. Trying to overwork my homeboy on a Sunday. Oh, here we go. And then shout out to No One again. He said, Maestro, please. And my pleasure, No One. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, No One, for
Double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Let's run it up. Never let a hard time on the watch.
Apologies. A million thanks. I thought the Moors were in Spain. Okay, so
although they went over there to Italy, all right.
They worked around, man.
Look up your history.
Yeah. Don't be giving the motherfuckers a pass to say we're black folks, was it? We was around, man. We was in them parts.
No, my history, black folks everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Don't make Joe happy. You won't like Joe when he's happy.
Wait, what?
You said don't make Joe happy. You wouldn't like Joe when he's happy.
Wait, what?
Joe go in. Y'all just don't know. Joe like damn near, I wouldn't say a younger version of me. He's himself, but Joe.
Like Artisan said, like he said before, like I'm one of the few millennials who got some sense.
He on the other side of that line. Like, okay, I can fuck with him because he does have some goddamn sense.
So, like, I am an old soul. I don't feel like I'm 35. I feel like my black ass is like 50 plus because I'm just like I've turned into my dad at this point, who's 71, just turned 71. I feel like him. It is what it is.
Yeah, he's 71. Yeah. See, this is the funny part. Going out with him and his father to see Equalizer 3. I went to see it for a second time because he hadn't seen it, right? It's 3 of us sitting in the movie theaters together. And I'm getting to meet his dad for the first time. Mm-hmm. I've heard about his father a lot from Joe. This is the first time I'm meeting him, right? So I already approve of his father based on his son, right? His product was like, hey, your son cool, so you got to be all right, right? We go out to that damn movie, and I'm sitting there realizing that shit. So, you got like 3 generations of the same bullshit. Like Joe is on the tail end. If I can see Joe and Joe says, I see, I'm probably going to end up like you later on. So, yeah, I remember being 35. Yeah, you on the path, sir. Meeting his father, like, okay, that's probably what I'm going to be like when I get a bit older.
Basically.
It was fun. It was fun.
Like I said, you sure you're a McFadden? You sure you don't got some Thompson in you? I don't know, man.
Hey, you never know. It could have been mixing. Like, that was all just a slave name. We could have been from the same stock. Never know. Like, y'all go over here and two of y'all go off with them teas. Like, no, not my family. Never know. You just never know. We black in America. You just never know, man.
Oh yeah.
But you will find your own. Joe, don't even get me started on the whole Italians calling us eggplants because the Moors were on their necks and wallets. Yeah, that eggplant shit.
Oh, well then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's something.
Mm-hmm. That's why you learn language, learn how people use words and what words mean. Words have meanings.
For sure.
An Italian calling you an eggplant actually meant some shit.
Mm.
It did mean something, and it wasn't nice. It was an insult.
Facts. Yep.
It was an insult.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure.
Understand that shit, so they can't sneak it by you again.
Facts.
But all right, so I've only still watched, I believe, 2 episodes of Yu Yu Hakusho.
There's only 5, man. There's only 5.
I haven't had time to watch the rest of them. That's why Andre was asking about the Blue Eyed Samurai. I haven't had time to watch another Blue Eyed Samurai. And because I have to review it when I watch it, I haven't had time to sit down and watch it and do that hour-long or 2 hours long worth of video, because I have to watch it and then I have to review it and then I have to edit that shit. I haven't had time to do that.
Fair enough.
But I have time now because after New Year's, that was my last bit of covering people on call. And we have a regular schedule and everybody's on it. And they're going to be spacing out my on calls for a while because, motherfuckers worried about how much money you're making.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I got some free weekends coming up. And I got some free time coming up.
Good to know.
Call, but after that, it's back to a 1 day a week on call. I don't have a weekend coming up for a while. Maybe not until.
Well, no, you got some weekends coming up, like you said, because you've been doing so much on call. That means we gotta link up. We ain't seen each other like all holidays, so we gotta link up. And
definitely.
You know what? As much as I guess we could finish this stupid ass show together. I guess.
Which one? There's a couple of them.
Yu Yu Hakusho live action.
I'm gonna finish watching it. I'm gonna finish watching it because for what I saw, I was into what I was seeing so far.
Sure.
I'm down to watch and see where it goes. I didn't know how many episodes it was, but thanks for telling me it's only 5 because maybe I can power through it at that point. Knowing that it's 5 episodes, maybe I can just power through. Because usually I try not to look, right? I just go with the story if it's just something I want to watch. But if it's something I know I might want to do a review on or not, I need to know how long it is so I know how many reviews I'm going to do.
So let me start by I was holding up Botan.
Mm-hmm.
You notice she never used this.
I only seen her in like 2 episodes. So
out of 5.
She never uses it?
She don't use this. She don't fly around. She don't use this. So that's why I was holding this up for so long. So all right.
Yeah, because mind y'all, I told you, JT is my dude in Yu Yu Hakusho. That's his shit, right? Joe Herb is my dude for Thor because he is a Thor devotee. If they ain't really passing off on it, I don't really know what to tell you about what's going on with it because they would be the ones who know the most. I don't have a problem leaning on people who know more than me because I will concede that right off the bat. Yeah, he got his figures. That motherfucker get a weapon? God damn it.
So
we got about 35 minutes on this part because if I go over 5 hours on this, it's going to be hard to edit. It's not going to let me edit it on YouTube.
Sure. So. No, I'll keep it short and sweet. Give me a second.
Look, you're about to go in. He's like, let me get my libation first.
So the action was very well done.
Mm-hmm.
Action was on point. casting was good for the most part. I think the only problem I had was maybe Kuwabara's casting. The guy looked a little too pretty for me. Kuwabara's supposed to be a little bit, more rough and, I hate to say it, a little bit uglier. I don't know. But that actor, despite looking kind of prettier, he kind of brought it though. Like honestly, his acting, he was Kuwabara. So I said, yo, mad respect, bro. I got you. You know what?
I was liking it, even though he's supposed to be the villain. I was one of the villains. I was liking his character. Like that dude bringing something though.
No, not Kuwabara, man. What you talking about, man?
Ooh,
Kuwabara is Yusuke's friend. He's the other thug, man. What you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
He ain't a villain.
He's not a villain. He's a little asshole in the neighborhood who want to come fight him every day. Like, nope, we got to do this again today. We had to kick your ass yesterday. Nope, we got to do it again today. Like this nigga.
No, that's their relationship. You just got to fight all the time.
Like, all right, bro. Look, you can get the same shit you got yesterday, but I admire your tenacity.
But seriously, that dude, even though he didn't look the part, in my opinion, he had a lot of heart. He brought it. I was like, you know what, bro? You Kuwabara, that's fine. So casting was pretty good. Like I said, the action was on point. Now, when we get to story and pacing,
that's where I thought you was going to have an issue because you were saying when we watched the trailer, you were saying that they had certain characters shouldn't be there yet. That happened way later, and that it seemed like it was condensed. So I'm like, I got to see where they chopped it up because it's a lot of people getting introduced really quickly. So it's like,
yeah, no. So their pacing was pretty bad. Like I can understand. Yeah, you can't do every single story arc, and you can't do the whole tournament arc on a budget, right? Like you can't do all that. And so
unless that's going to be your whole season. Unless it's going to be your whole season.
So I like some of the creative choices that still gave us visually stuff we've seen in the series. Now, but like I said, the pacing is bad. Now, I'm just going to, Jesus Christ. So Genkai specifically got the short end of the stick here. Genkai, who in this version, Koima was straight up like, yeah, so she's your mentor. Go see her. And then I don't know if you got to that. That might be episode 3, I guess.
You haven't got to it yet.
But point is, like in this version, Yusuke and Kuwabara tags along, like, well, I want to go too. And it's like, okay, they go there to this old woman in the middle of nowhere to train because she's like a badass. But they only really spend, I want to say, like that episode with her. And, that she has like a scene here and there, but it's like you didn't build that relationship because in the actual original story, Genkai had a tournament. Koima didn't straight up just say, she go train you. No, he was alerted about her and had to, you need to be, that was one of his cases as a spirit detective, right? So there's a demon who wants to steal Genkai's greatest technique, but Genkai is hosting a tournament to find her heir, her successor, the one who wins the tournament, will learn her technique. But a demon infiltrated it. So Yusuke's mission is to find out who the hell the demon is and stop him so he doesn't get Genkai's technique because this demon is known for stealing techniques. They said he stole like 99 techniques. So you're like, oh, this guy's a problem. And then eventually he gets revealed and Yusuke fights him and wins on a technicality. But then after that, it's like, okay, he trains with Genkai. I get it. We don't have that much screen time, to be fair. But if you just make these episodes, maybe add it 2 more episodes, 5, maybe make it 6, at least 7, 8. Maybe 8 tops. Maybe 8 tops.
8 is because, like low for streaming.
Right. Because they try to act like the relationship with Genkai is so important. Now it is. But in this show, you're like, they didn't spend much time with her. All right, okay, whatever. Y'all just like, and so, and the thing that really bugged me was, so when she gives Yusuke the spirit wave orb, now in the anime / manga, when she gave Yusuke the orb, she had this like energy orb, and she gave it to him, right? And it went into his body, right? And then he spent literally maybe I guess 2, maybe 2-3 episodes tops, maybe, like trying to deal with that because it's like this orb of power. And if he can't absorb it properly into his body, it will destroy him from the inside out. So you see him for episodes in the cave during the tournament arc, mind you, not Genkai tournament, the Dark tournament. So he's like in the cave, so he's letting his team down. He's not there for fights because he's in the cave absorbing this damn orb. He's there banging his head, blood's coming out of him, and he's in excruciating pain. And he's just like, ah. Then finally in the anime, it's like, he passes out, then he feels like some water, being put into his mouth, and he's just like, oh, that's refreshing. Well, what's going on? He looks up, his little spirit beast, Pooh, little cute cuddly thing that his girlfriend carried around all the time, which is his spirit beast, was bringing him water. But his spirit beast feels everything he's feeling. So Pooh is in pain too, but he's still struggling around, looking all cute, grabbing water and stumbling to bring it to him. And you sit there and go, oh my God. And Yusuke himself is like crying. I'm letting down my inner self. Like, I'm garbage right now. Like, what the F is this, right? It's very emotional. You're like, oh my God, like, right? If you don't have tears in that scene, you're not human. But like, he's just like, seriously, human. It's like, what
you
the
are
hell,
a
bro?
bot. You are a bot.
Right? And then he sees Pooh coming to him. Then you see this boulder in the cave come down and crush Pooh. Yusuke gets up, but like he still has the damn orb, so blood shooting out of him, his legs and everything. He's just like in pain, but he's like, I gotta do this. Like, no, what the hell am I doing? Then like he powers up, finally absorbs the thing. They play the cool theme music. He absorbs it into his body, and then he runs over there to Pooh. Like he kicks the boulder and saves him. And then he walks out that cave and gives like Pooh to like Genkai. I think it was Genkai, and he was just like, take care of this little guy, okay? Then he like passes out because he's exhausted. That's how he absorbed the spirit wave orb. Now, in the live action, you know how he absorbed that orb? So Genkai goes up to him, has the orb, gives it to him, puts it in him, and says, your training is complete. He's like, okay, deuces.
Oh, that character development just out the window. Like, woo! You don't get none of that. It was hard to do this shit. No, don't have time for that. Not even an episode. Wow. Okay. Yeah. There's from what you explained, there was a lot that could have been thrown in there just to progress that a little bit more to understand that this was a difficult undertaking.
A little bit.
Just easy peasy. That it's powerful, but it is powerful. And because it's powerful, it takes a little bit to try to take this on.
So
I haven't seen the episode, so I have to see how it works in the episode. Does it in that episode or subsequent episodes, does it actually work to infer to you that this power is strong and it takes a bit to master?
No, they didn't really do that. Like, I understand it's a shorter runtime, and I get that. You can't do everything proper. But at least if he absorbed that and maybe felt some pain and struggled with it, I don't know, for like 5 minutes, I would have given you a pass. But he was just fine.
Even if he passed out, right?
Like something, man. Just give me something. I get it. You don't have the time frame, but give me something, So that was a major thing that bugged me. And then they do the thing with Genkai where, people who have seen the show and read the manga, Taguro does kill her. They do that and make it an emotional moment. But it's like, based on these 5 episodes, like I just said, how much time did you spend with Genkai? You don't know her. So when she dies, and then when the news hits Yusuke, when he's fighting Taguro, it's like, it's a big deal. Is it? So, because the anime and manga, well, she was around for a long time before that happened, and you got to get more character development. So the 5 episodes were a bit of a mistake. I mean, y'all couldn't do like 8. 8 would have helped. 8 would have helped. You could have put some in, but yeah. And then my boy Hiei, my favorite character, Hiei.
Mm-hmm. He
So
he ate shit.
No, he's still cool. So he, Jesus Christ. So that's my this guy, right? You see that third eye? Well, no, actually, you don't see it on this figure. Oh wow! Oh no, you do. It's like it's between the hair.
Under his hair.
But the point is, he has a third eye, and in the anime/manga, he surgically had this demon named Shigure give it to him so that he could use it to locate his twin sister, because he did not. Well, her and the ice village he came from, a whole lot of backstory. But he had reasons to get this surgery done to be able to locate a place and a person, right? And when he's introduced in the anime and manga, he already has it and is using it. Now, in this live action, he literally, from an artifact he steals, you see him in a live action go, and he gets it. He just gave it to himself. Okay, yes. Okay, sure. Like, because they combine certain story elements because he's looking for his sister, so he gave it to himself to find his sister. Okay, but then you start watching the final fights of this live action, and they're fighting opponents who they fought in the dark tournament when they had higher power levels and used certain attacks. So you sit there and go, the only way Hiei is beating Bui right now is if he uses the dragon, because in the anime and manga, he used the Dragon of Darkness Flame, cool ass technique, my favorite technique, to beat this dude. But it's too soon for that. But if he's fighting this guy right now, he's gonna have to use it. So you're sitting there watching it like, he gonna pull the damn dragon out, isn't he? Fan service, right? You need fan service. So I'm watching it, and then he gets injured, and his cloak comes off. He has the bandages on his arm. Yep, here it comes. I was saving this for later. You know, the dragon is gonna come out. But that means if he had the bandages, he had the dragon before he gave himself the eye. But
it doesn't work that way.
He needs the eye to do the dragon, and even when he uses the dragon, his eye doesn't.
So fundamental fuck up of the character.
A little bit. So yeah, and then you get Yoko Kurama in there. It's just too, because the people they're fighting, because what they did was they combined the Dark Tournament with the Rescue Yukina arc. That's what they did. So Rescue Yukina was rolling up to Tarukane's mansion to save Yukina, the girl who could cry tears that are worth billions. They roll up there, except here it's like, okay, and they did fight Taguro in that, they did. But in here they're like, okay, what if they rolled up to this mansion, but if it was on an island like the tournament, like the island looks just like the tournament island, they take a boat to get there, which is fine. Like I said, visually, sure, that works. They roll up to the island, go to this mansion. It's someone else's mansion, Sakio, who is the bigger villain, sure. And you go there, and instead of fighting the Demon Triad, you fight Team Taguro from the Dark Tournament. Sure. So you have Kurama fighting Karasu, you got Hiei fighting Bui, and, fighting Taguro, etc. And you're like, okay, I could see on paper how this would work. Problem is, people are using abilities way too damn soon, and they just met each other. So it's like, right? It's a little too soon. And then, they win, but it's like, this happened a little too quickly.
So
that's all I can say.
A big pacing issue from knowing the original content. I'm wondering if me being a layperson to Yu Yu Hakusho, if I will notice that pacing issue just watching the show. If I will notice that just watching the show without knowing the original source material of the sequencing of how it happened, would I notice that speed in it or not? Because for me, anybody getting a power, especially if you're basing it on a manga or anime, anybody getting any kind of increase in power, that's usually an arc. Or it happens within an arc that actually takes a little bit more time, at least an episode or 3, to get it and understand it. I mean, goddamn. I remember watching Street Fighter 2V and Ken learning how to do the hot dough in his fist. That motherfucker was crippled for like 2 episodes to learn how to do that shit. To learn how to do that, to learn how to channel it, how to absorb it into his hand. It took some time. It's not something that just happens. Yeah, it turned into his main fighting move, but it took him some time to learn how to do this shit. It's not an immediate process. What's good, P Dub?
So Artisan, just so you know, the Dragon of Darkness flame that Hiei uses followed that same shit, because in the original anime and manga, when he did the dragon for the first time in his first match in the whole tournament, he unleashed it, but it fucked up his hand and burned it up, and it took him multiple episodes to heal up to do it again. So literally, just like what you just described with Ken, and that's what I'm saying. Like what you just described was literally Hiei with the damn dragon. That's literally
because
what you just described.
That's what the Shiru Ken is. Ryu is dragon in Japanese. It's a dragon.
Yeah,
right.
I know.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
what's going on, Artisan MC and Joe?
what's up? What up, Pragmatic?
Hey, not much. I heard you guys talking about Yu Yu Hakusho, the live action. So I just watched it a couple weeks ago when it came out, because the live action shows they've been doing for all the anime, all of them are rushed. I mean, I know when I watched Full Metal Alchemist, when they did the live anime for that one, it felt a little bit rushed. But yeah, they definitely mixed all they mixed the Dark Tournament, they mixed the Arukine arc. And then I was thinking, I'm sitting there, I'm like, well, if they did season 2, would they mix the I forgot the guy's name, but when he fought the previous Spirit Detective, and then when he fought because they did I think the third saga was when he fought the second.
It was a demon tournament.
Yeah, it was the demon tournament, but then the follow up was there was the previous Spirit Detective that came back.
Yeah, that's
Shisui, and then it led into you going into the demon world and figuring out who his father was and stuff. So I'm like, how would they mix that together into one season?
Right.
But I think with this show, they spent too much time on the build up and then they rushed the ending.
Yeah.
Because and then they also skipped the whole arc where they skipped the whole Genkai training arc. They skipped the
Saint Beast.
The Saint Beast. That was a huge one, because that kind of set up his relationship with with his team, with Hiei and Yoko Kurama and stuff like that. And then they also got rid of the arc too, where they were trying to battle the Saint Beast was where they were releasing those bugs, and the bugs were turning people into demons. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just, I mean, I know they're not gonna go like line by line and reinvent the wheel. I mean, not reinvent the wheel, but they're not going to go line by line and just make a live action of the actual, anime. But they could have definitely spaced it out and just did like one season was this, and then kind of cut out some of the fat.
Yeah, I'm thinking the reason that they did that is that they worried that they might not get another season. Because trust me, if it's bad on Netflix live action, they're gonna hear about it quick. Motherfuckers be on the boy. You cannot drop a bad anime live action on Netflix, nigga. They will hear about that shit quick. The fan base will be on your shit.
Yeah,
I give you that. So maybe they were scared. They just tried to. I was thinking that maybe because JT told me that when we watched the trailer, right? And I'm thinking, well, maybe they just did their greatest hits real quick, right?
But even then,
the fan service in there really quick just to get it out there. It's like, we did it. You like it? Okay, we'll come back. But if you don't like it, we put it all out there. Hopefully you don't like this shit.
But they added too much stuff to even come back, because now you have this pace where you're combining like 2 or 3 seasons into one season. So then what do? Now you slow it down, and now you have the whole, like when they fight Shisui, there's that whole intro period in that saga where they realize that other humans are getting psychic abilities. They had to go through that. There was that whole like 5 episode arc where it was like they go into that house and there's a different
like 4. Yep.
Yeah, one guy can control like puzzles, another guy can control like plants. Yeah, shadows and plants and stuff. Yeah. So
that's my favorite. That's actually my favorite arc. The chapter Black is my favorite. So that's literally the only direction they can go if they continue. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, yeah. Because the show jumped the shark after that. It definitely like I mean, because like once they went to the demon world, and it was like, all right, Yusuke is part demon, and then Hiei was, it was the three kings, and they were battling for supremacy of the demon world. It's just like, I don't know, it was kind of dragged out, especially how it ended, with another tournament. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Oh shit. My bad. Well, now I have something to look forward to when I watch the rest of that shit. Like I'll have y'all words circling in my mind. It's like, this was a little longer. This was a little, what she said, right? It was a little longer before. Oh my God, is Black Bane listening to me? I fully understand why Captain America went back into the past to be with Peggy.
Oh. Okay. Why would he not be listening? But then okay, I got you.
Yeah, Black Bane clowning.
That's hilarious.
Like shit. I'm gonna tell him, say, were you listening to the show? You heard me? We were talking about Haley Atwell. And so yeah, he went back. I'd go back and get some of that Peggy. Peggy was left alone. You're lonely tonight. Anyway, so what do you guys got on the horizon to watch? I went and saw The Beekeeper last night. I really liked it. I just told the big freak Josie that he should go see it, and he asked me. He gave me my question back to me. Why? I was like, motherfucker, because I said so. Well, but I had to give him a little bit that I thought he would like the idea of just the story of justice in it, since he's trying to be his own filmmaker and shit. He might like that idea. But
yeah,
The Beekeeper. What you guys looking forward to? Go ahead.
I would say probably I'm probably gonna try to get into Brother Son on Netflix with Michelle Yeoh. I just got back from Tokyo, so I'm kind of like, yeah, I was out there with my wife.
Nice.
It ended with the earthquake and the plane crash. What the
fuck was going on out there? I saw that. Is this real or what the fuck was happening?
It was crazy. We were staying in Yokohama, and we got back to our hotel, and then it was chilling in the hotel room trying to figure out what we're gonna do for dinner, and then all of a sudden the room starts shaking. I'm like, what's going on? And it lasted pretty long. It was a 7.4. It lasted about, I would say, probably like 30 seconds or more.
Yeah, because it's only supposed to be like 15 seconds. But
yeah, it was a pretty long earthquake.
I was like, damn, that's pretty long.
Yeah, and then they had a 6-point something aftershock, right afterwards. So
that's a whole nother quake, nigga. That ain't even aftershock.
Exactly.
That's a whole nother quake.
Yeah, we were out there for that. Then the next day we're trying to fly out, and then they shut the airport down because a plane crash landed. So on top, a plane landed on another plane, and then it was just a whole.
Why did they do that?
Man, in my opinion, it was just people not paying attention. It was a smaller Coast Guard aircraft that was trying to take off from Tokyo to go to the western part of Japan where the earthquake happened to provide relief. And they told the smaller aircraft to hold short of the runway, and a larger aircraft, a larger Japan Airlines flight was landing at that same time. And I guess the smaller craft didn't heed, didn't listen to the instructions properly, and the larger plane landed on the smaller one. Luckily, everyone on the larger plane made it out safely. I mean, that plane was a I mean, it was literally like a fireball. As soon as it landed, it was a fireball because it's landing on another aircraft. But unfortunately, 5 out of the 6 people on board the smaller craft didn't make it. So it was definitely shut down the airport. It was crazy trying to get out of there, but we were able to get out, LA, and then did a red eye back to Chicago.
Damn, well, you got a story to tell. Damn, you had a hell of a trip.
It's like great opening.
You on vacation? Well, I survived 2 earthquakes and
that's damn plane crash.
Not being landed on the airplane.
It was wild. So it was wild, but
a hell of a trip.
Yeah. I would say though, what I just finished watching Love and Monsters last night on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
That was decent. It was a pretty good movie. It was about I guess an asteroid was supposed to hit Earth, and then they launched a bunch of rockets to destroy the asteroid, but then chemical debris from the rockets, mutates all the bugs and insects and stuff on Earth, and then basically causes an apocalypse. And so it's about a story about this kid. Well, he was a kid when it happened. He was 17. Now he's 24, and he's in California in Fairfield and living in an underground colony. And everybody has somebody. So he has to.
I work in fucking Fairfield. I know what's out there. Ain't no underground fucking colony. Fucking cow patties and fucking pasture.
They had a cow at their colony too. So he has to travel. His girlfriend, him and his girlfriend were separated during the calamity, and so he has to travel to the coast. He travels to the coast to meet her, and then they thwart some people that were basically some con men that were trying to steal the supplies from the other beach colony or whatever. So it's a good film. It's not too it's not really a romantic. It's not a romantic comedy or anything like that. It has the guy that plays Yondu in it.
Oh, Michael Rooker.
Yeah,
Michael Rooker.
Yeah, he's in it. He has a brief role as a survivalist, just showing him how to survive out on the surface and stuff. But it was pretty good. I can see them doing a sequel because of just how it ended. And then I would say, but yeah, Brother Son is probably something that I'll tap into. I started watching it, but just from being in Tokyo a little bit, I kind of wanted to I don't know. It was a lot of subtitles. I didn't really feel like reading. Spent the whole week reading Google Translate. So
lazy ass Americans. I don't want to read.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm trying to finish up the Dune saga. Reading that, and get ready for
you trying to get ready. I was in the theater last night in IMAX and was seeing that trailer for the new trailer for Doom playing. I was in there getting a geek Woody nigga, like I'm ready. Oh, cool. March 1st, I'm here. I'm coming right back to this spot.
And I'm hearing I think they greenlit Children of Dune. Or Dune, not Children. I think the third book they ended up, or the second book. Whatever the second book is, is it Dune Messiah?
Messiah is the third one. It should be the third one.
I think the second one is Dune Messiah, and then the third one is Children of Dune.
Right.
Yeah. So they
look, if they get to Paul, Paul's kids, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But I do want to see them get to Paul's kids just because I want to get to the God Emperor part. I want to get to Leto II.
Yeah, when he becomes Leto II. Yeah.
I want to get to Leto II. Yeah. That would be some fucking amazing movie stuff. It would be. Just reading it with my imagination and the writing, it's like, damn, that would be fucking epic, dude.
Yeah. And then are they still doing the Bene Gesserit TV show, or
I don't know, and because it's women centric, probably so.
Or the Witches one.
But it's up to Warner Brothers how they structuring their shit right now. Warner Brothers been kind of quiet since the last since James Gunn came in with all his stuff, so you ain't heard a lot out of Warner Brothers recently. Like JT is talking about, I want to hear them talking about something about some damn Ezra Miller, because his actual no alleged anything cases have been going on a lot longer than all the rest of this shit. So Jonathan Majors got dead like Bill Cosby and Weinstein.
Yeah, that was a public mention.
So I need to hear what's happening with this motherfucker who was actually convicted of some of this shit. And ain't nothing showed up. They just buried his ass under a movie somewhere.
They buried their ass under a movie.
Yeah, they did.
Now you got to use the pronouns, Artisan.
They buried their ass. Yeah, they did. They did. And I may not mind Ezra Miller as an actor, but that personal shit on the outside, that motherfucker is a whole problem.
Oh yeah.
Notably on camera, a problem, and being a problem.
Yep.
So you sending people to jail for shit that you alleging that they did.
Yep.
Can't prove that they fucking did, and everything proves the contrary. You sending them to jail for that, but this motherfucker's still out here walking free for stuff that is proven and documented video wise on video.
Fighting all of Hawaii. Yep.
Don't tell me about what there isn't when I can see what is. Tell me that shit.
Yep.
Arcane season 2 sounds promising. I keep hearing about Arcane too, Mad Villainy. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I'll get to it. I've added a lot of stuff to my recent list because I know I have some time coming up where I can actually come home, binge some shit, get it done, and then move on. So I've added a lot of stuff to my numerous watch lists on multiple streaming platforms. So I still want to go back and watch this Bass Reeves show. My boy Steven is over in Germany right now. I forgot that's where he's there with his wife. She's stationed over there right now. So he said he was coming back from Germany. So we need to talk. So I'll be looking to talk to Steven when he get back from the germ. But that means I gotta watch Bass Reeves because he was the one really wanting me to watch that shit.
Did you watch?
Let's see it.
Did you watch Castlevania Nocturne?
I didn't watch Nocturne, but it's on my list on Netflix. I started going through my list on Netflix last week.
Yeah,
so I went through all my comedy shit first. So I can get it quicker.
It's a good one because it's a continuation of the Belmont line, but then they also bring in like some slaves from Haiti to fight the vampires and stuff. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it would be good. The Castlevania show I was not disappointed in by itself.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking that Nocturne was not going to be good. I just put Nocturne in the same category as that Witcher animated one that they had on there. I was going to watch them both at the same time. When I had a chance to watch it, they'd go back to back. I have to bring back the Sunday binges of actually getting my binge on and getting the reviews of some of this stuff because I do tend to watch a lot of stuff, and some stuff may not be good for a whole review or episodic review, but it's good to honorably mention it so you guys get a chance to go look at it one time if you have time looking at it. Like people are telling me about The Hunted, the Tommy Lee Jones version of The Hunted, which I didn't want to watch because I'm a fan of the Christopher Lambert version of The Hunted. But they said it got a good knife fight in it.
Yeah,
I like a good knife fight. So let me go see what this knife fight looked like.
I've been watching a lot of old films too. I think I watched The Hunted a couple months ago. Not the Christopher Lambert version, but the Tommy Lee Jones version.
Yeah, I haven't watched that. So I'll watch it today to get it there and off my list so I get an understanding of what people are talking about. And then move on from there. But I got some stuff lined up to watch and get through. I do have to get Blue Eyed Samurai off my list. So I will go back and start watching that. I'm watching Reacher on time. Last episode of Reacher was fire. Yeah. It did end with like kind of fucked up moment. It's kind of fucked up. I hope they pull it out with that at the end. But I will say fucking Etchison, he looked funny as hell running. He too big to run. He look a little bit too big to run. Like you can't be fast. But
I think I mentioned before on a previous stream, Silo, Apple TV. That's a good one. It's based on
that's already on my list. Yeah, because it has Rebecca Ferguson on it. I like her. Yep. I like her, and I like that show for Silo. When I was watching Foundation, when I saw the trailers for Silo, and I had automatically put it on my list. But that's Apple TV, Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime, fucking Tubi. Shout out to Artie Edmore. That's at least 6 streaming services that I have and pay for that I have watch list on. I have watch lists on all of this shit. So there's a lot of shows that I have to actually go through and watch, but I have to cycle through all of those. I can't watch them all at the same time because I don't have that kind of time in a day. Yeah. Usually when I get home, I may have 4 hours, depending on what time I'm trying to go to bed, to watch this stuff. And you don't add in time for stuff that I actually have to review and record and edit. Okay. That's a lot of not time I don't have. Right. So I have to space it out and do it as quick as I can and when I can. That's why more stuff ends up going to the Lost in the Sauce videos, as opposed to, I just got this out 10 minutes ago, because all I had to do was look at it, record some shit I'm talking about, and pass everything off to my editor to put it all together and make it look cool. I am an independent operator. There is no editor. I'm the editor. Right? Like most Black folks here on YouTube, we do it all ourselves. We don't have anybody to pass it off to.
Yep.
So, independent operation. But yeah, I will definitely check that out. Foundation was good if you never read the books.
Yeah, it wasn't that good compared to the books.
Yeah, if you read the books, you don't like that shit. I read all of those books. I love those books. That show, season 2, was not the goddamn books. That was not the second Foundation at all.
Yeah, that was it.
But in terms of just sci-fi, if it's not called Foundation, it was entertaining. Because that motherfucking Cleon, that last Cleon that motherfucker was off. That was some tragically off shit that he did. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Never in the book, but amazing.
Yeah.
Television wise.
Well, I mean, they brought in, they got to Bel Rios, and then they got to, I forgot the guy's name. He was the one that had helped expand the Foundation, because they went from being a religious, like a science-based religion, to now they went they transitioned to merchants. Yeah. Yep. And
they got through there, but they kind of mangled that shit. So,
but it's very agenda heavy.
It's very agenda heavy.
Yeah, Bel Rios, they he had a love story that wasn't in the book at all.
No.
He was hardly. I mean, he was, to be honest, he wasn't really a major character in the book. He was kind of like, hey, we're gonna send this guy out there to kind of to take back the Foundation, but it was more so about Hober Mallow.
Yeah, because Huber was the one that was important.
Yeah.
But they pivoted the story on him and Bel Rios' story, because they wanted to tell the gay man's part of a story.
Yeah.
Right. And then they pivoted over to why am I forgetting the goddamn person's name now? The female robot, that she was more the one who was in charge.
Yeah.
Demerzel.
Yeah.
Right. No, Demerzel was in and out, because Demerzel was a robot and it worked for humanity, and that was it.
Yeah.
Demerzel leaves after a point. You don't even see that motherfucker again, ever.
To the end of the series.
And it's just markedly like, that is that Demerzel? But it goes to who that character was through all the rest of those Asimov robot series books. It goes to who that character, that robot was. But Demerzel leaves after a point. It's just gone. But I'm this is about the 5-hour mark, so I need to cut this off so I can be able to edit it on YouTube, because they don't like that shit over 5 hours. So appreciate you, Pragmatic, for coming up.
No problem.
Glad you made it back from Tokyo in one piece.
Thanks.
No shaking, no falling from the sky. He survived like 2 of the plagues or something like that, right?
Yeah.
He survived 2 of the seals coming out of Japan. I'm like, shit. Looking for the 7th sign over there. Like, god dang. But glad you made it back. Look forward to hearing about you. Mad Villain, he didn't know about the books. Look up the Foundation books. Look up my. We talked about this shit. Me, BGS, West Coast African. We did a whole reading party. Encyclopedia Negro Lactica is all about talking about the Foundation books. Look at those old streams. They up on YouTube. They're up on YouTube. About 2 years ago, before the Foundation show ever came out, we had went through the whole books. We went through all of the books, and then we came back here and talked about it. So look it up. It's there. JT, appreciate you coming up, man. Glad you're doing good. We do have to get together because I got a couple of free weekends this month. So this one was one. That's why I went to storage. I cannot bring that couch in here. It's too goddamn big. We gotta sell it.
I don't know if you. I mean, I'm sure you know, but like next week, the 13th, the Barnes and Noble at El Cerrito Plaza.
Yes. Chris is
doing a book signing.
It's book signing. I did see that.
That is also his birthday.
It is.
So when we come in there and kick his ass inside of Barnes and Nobles, it'll be okay. They won't call the police.
You're probably not. So just if you didn't know that, but I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be chilling with him on that day. So
I'm
if
showing
you're
up that
around,
day.
that's
I'm
cool.
showing up that day. I'm showing up
Cool.
that day. Support my
Cool.
brothers. I will show up for the book signing because he wanted to do that book signing in the shop, but I closed the shop, so he couldn't do it in there.
Sure.
So it is what it is. It's Barnes and Nobles. They actually been kind of cool with geeks in the past, and I want to support my homeboy. So I will show up there for that shit on the 13th. Let me go ahead and put it on my phone right the fuck now, so I do not forget, because I am making sure I keep those commitments.
Sure.
This year. Maybe not next year, but this year. It's a Saturday too. You know what time it is? Or what time it's happening?
I want to say it's. I mean, I could text you offline. Let me look it up. But he posted it online, like on like social media.
He did, and I didn't read the time. I saw the picture. He said, doing a signing. Yep, I'll be there. I just didn't look.
But I can message you offline. It's all good.
Okay, no worries.
I want to say if it's only like 2 hours though. I want to say like 2 to 4.
Okay,
but
so that means I have a whole week to read his book. I have a whole week to try to get through his book. I've been making book stands. I got 2 of them in my house now. I got an open Cyrano de Bergerac over there, and I got an open Dr. Tiosan in the other room. And I'm sitting here on Amazon yesterday looking for my Angry Man Standard book. Like, where the fuck is my book, man? It's the second time I ordered this shit. Where is it?
Oh shit! Oh, okay.
Where's my fucking book? It didn't show up yesterday. Where's my book? I'm like, what the fuck? Amazon is bullshit. So, and I still got Chris's. It's right there. Okay, see, it's sitting right there on my shelf. I haven't cracked it open because I want to get this other stuff off my plate first. But maybe this week I'm gonna have free time at work because I'm not gonna let them bother me. So my lunch break is gonna be filled with reading his book. So I can go in there and act like a crazed fan. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's him! Can I get a picture? So much respect for my homeboy putting out his shit. I'll be waiting for your novel to come out. Don't be making that face at me, Negro. Come on, you can do a novel. You still looking at me crazy. Stop doing that shit. I'm drop his ass down. He just really look at me like I said something stupid.
Negro, I ain't got the energy for that right now. I don't got the bandwidth.
It don't take nothing but living life, God damn it.
Yo, I've had a hard 4 years, man. Let's just be real. I don't got the bandwidth for that.
Okay. We'll talk about it offline. Anyway, thank you for coming up, JT.
I'm gonna hit you up.
I will pressure you offline significantly about doing that shit.
Right.
If Joe Herb in here, you know what I'm gonna say next. Don't think I forgot, motherfucker. It's a new year. Comic. Where's the comic? I want to read. Stuff I need to read. I just spent a whole day pulling books out of storage just so I can put them back in my house. Come on, man. Be one of these things I read and kind of remember. I'm gonna drop you down, JT, and I'm gonna get out of here. Appreciate you coming through. That was JT from Fracture Comics. Joe Times. You can read Hellfire. I'm forgetting all the rest of the titles now. As soon as I tried to start naming all the titles, I forgot the rest of them. But check out Fracture Comics. My boy JT, Chris, they do that. That's Black owned. It's young Black men, 30-year-old millennials. Y'all should be supporting their shit. If Ripper can sell a comic, they can too. They've been at comic book conventions for a while. I actually found yesterday my Big Wow pass the first time I saw you guys at Big Wow when I was working there. I found that yesterday. So support them, support Black owned. And for me, I want to say thank you guys for coming through today. Thank you everybody who supported the stream. I didn't write down everybody, which is bad on me because I need to do that shit. But thank you to everybody who supported today and showing up to listen to me bullshit for a couple of hours. I went a little bit long because I had some friends and some people brave enough to come up and chat. So we did that. But I have been artisanmc. I do this shop talk every Sunday, 11 a.m. until it ends. I will try to keep them down to maybe 2 hours or so. But that means if I don't have too much to say, which is never really a problem. But like, share, subscribe, click that bell because I go live randomly during the week. Usually my Cartisan MC or Geek Speaks happen about 7 a.m. in the morning when I'm doing my commute, and whatever thoughts I had rattling around in my head last night comes out in the morning, so I can get it out of my head, off my plate, and move on to some other constructive thoughts. So with that, I will see you folks, you happy campers. What's my thing? Oh, there it is. Next time. Peace.